Hi, this is an AI narrating a fanfic, so you might hear a random number every 15 minutes. Just don't worry about it. I am so sorry for that. This fanfic is about Naruto being trained by Danzo, but Danzo is nice. Here is in seals Naruto's memories, Shikara and everything off, but don't leave the video cause the story gets to the part where his seals are broken in 5 minutes. This is one of my favorite fanfics. I have read BTW. I read fanfics before uploading them. I only upload fanfics that I read and like. Get this video to 5 likes and 3 comments and I will release the next part. The people that wandered into the Chunin exam stadium for the test they were informed was going to happen were surprised to see one Naruto Uzumaki already sitting down in the center of the arena, decked out in a dark red muscle shirt and pants. Hite ate as a belt, seemingly in a meditative state as more and more people filed in. A smattering of comments regarding why the demon brat was here and what the test was exactly. Naruto was seated under the tree in the arena, currently resting the 5 days of pranks prior to this were him actually training himself. He had been neglecting the basics of his ninja arts in exchange for power and jutsu, something he blamed on his other side after fighting Kabuto, and remembering how he used to be, he remembered the words told to him in his formulative years. The ninja with stealth and surprise on his side should be able to win without ever using a single jutsu. He had spent the days progressively stepping up the difficulty of his pranks, and much to his delight he had never been caught once, even when deliberately provoking a response that alerted others of his direct location. Except for the pranks on Sasuke, no test was intended. That was purely for him. It was just sheer fun. Around 9 o'clock the familiar bear-masked Anbu of Tsunade's arrived next to him. Naruto stood up to properly greet the man. "Hello Kuma-sanba-chan sent you to get me again?" The Anbu nodded. "Yes, Hokage-sama would like to know if you would like her to tell you the rules of engagement prior to the beginning of your test." Naruto shook his head. "No, she'll just end up explaining it to everyone after they all arrive anyway. There's no need to make her do it twice, so I'll just wait." Kuma nodded and shunshined out of Naruto's space, leaving him to continue meditating until he would inevitably end up being interrupted again. The next interruption occurred at around 9:30 when Kurenai led her team into the arena. Naruto's focus was broken by Kiba loudly bragging, "Oh man, we're all fighting Naruto. What did he do to piss the Hokage off like that to get this to happen?" To him, Kurenai looked over to Naruto, who waved back at her in indifference before returning to his meditation. She looked down at Kiba. "Kiba, do not underestimate him here. He already defeated you once. Already, you shouldn't do the same thing twice in this instance." Kiba smirked in confidence. "He got in a few lucky shots last time. This one won't last nearly as long. Me and Akamaru will knock him out before he can start playing his games." The Kyuubi scoffed in Naruto's mind. "What a loud mutt. I hope you fight him first so you can shut him up and I don't have to hear him bark anymore." Naruto smirked slightly. "Calm down, Kyuubi. They'll all get my point in a few minutes." Shino looked over at Naruto, who was still seated under his tree. "Kurenai-sensei, I don't understand why we're all fighting. Uzumaki-san, in the first place you said all of the teams would be participating. That is illogical. Why would all of the teams be needed to fight just him?" Kurenai looked at her sunglasses. "Sporting genin, the Hokage gave him this option last week during a meeting and he took it. I don't understand just why it's happening in the first place, but all you can do is fight him at your best." Shino nodded. "I wasn't planning on doing anything other than that." Kurenai looked at Hinata, who was trying her best to look anywhere but at the blonde sitting under the tree. "Hinata, you will probably have to fight him too. Don't let anything cloud your mind on this. If you don't fight him seriously, then there is a good chance that he will defeat you." Hinata nodded, but her mind was a wreck. "I have To fight Naruto-kun, I can't possibly bring myself to do anything to hurt him. What would I do if I injured him? Would I ever have a chance with him then? Soon after the entrance of Team 8, Asuma brought his own genin team into the fold with Shikamaru leading the pack. This is so troublesome. Why are we here? You got all gung-ho today about dragging us to the arena. Asuma took a drag of his cigarette as he brought his genin over near Kurenai. You're here to fight Naruto. He'll be taking you all on one at a time, so it shouldn't be too much trouble if the order works out the way it should. Ino looked over to her fellow blonde sitting under the tree. Naruto, why would we all be fighting Naruto? What's the point? He might be able to beat one of us, maybe two, but that's pushing it. There's no way he can beat our entire team. Kurenai chimed in. He's not really fighting your entire team. He's really supposed to be fighting everyone. Your team, my team, Guy's team, and Kakashi's other kids. Seeing the stunned looks on the faces of Team 10, she glared at Asuma. You didn't tell them this was happening? Asuma shrugged. Like Ino said, there's no way he could beat any more than two of them at the most. Shikamaru muttered out another. Troublesome. While Choji stood next to him eating chips. XXX Naruto was now analyzing his upcoming opponents. He noticed that Shikamaru and Shino were subtly doing the same of him, and he mentally groaned, man, I hope the dumb stupid ones fight me first so I can get them out of the way. No matter when I fight Shino or Shikamaru, it's going to suck because they're already thinking on how to beat me. I hope I get someone like Kiba or Neji first. They might still underestimate me and I can just run right through them. Kyuubi was seemingly getting excited as the time for the fights drew nearer. Hey Kit, are you going to use the trigger? Naruto paled. Hell no, I'm not using the trigger, not here in front of all of these people, and not on Genin. Are you insane? That would kill them. Naruto could feel the grin on the Kyuubi's face. I know. Naruto shook his head free of thoughts just as an unmistakable shade of green entered the scene. XXX Guy. Glistening smile included ambled into the stadium with Rock Lee on crutches and uncaring-looking Neji. And Tenten, who actually waved at Naruto, eyes widening as he didn't really expect that he gave her a small smile and waved back to her. Kurenai was still mad at Asuma for taking this so casually. Guy, I hope you informed your students about what was going on today. Guy gave her a thumbs up. Of course I did. It would have been a crime not to let my adorable students know that they would have an opportunity to fight today. My only regret is that Lee-kun here could not have a chance to test his flames of youth against Naruto-kun. Neji ignored the continued ramblings of Guy and Lee and looked over to the placid blonde under the tree, taking note of his new look and the sword strapped to his back. Neji narrowed his eyes. Why are we all here? Just to fight Naruto? At 10:24 on the dot, guess who managed to find his way into the arena being dragged by Sasuke? Kakashi let out a nervous eye smile. Sorry, we were almost late. I accidentally covered both my eyes with my headband this morning, and by the time I thought about it I was on top of the Hokage monument. Sasuke growled at the excuse while Sakura shook her head. Then you should have seen the massive banner up there telling everyone about this. Kakashi smiled at her. Ah, but I did. That's why I found you too. Remember? Tsunade with Shizune behind her arrived with a deadpan expression on her face. This isn't the kind of thing that I'm going to have to get used to with you, Kakashi, is it? Kakashi smiled at her. No. I'm usually much later. After a round of face faults all around, Tsunade straightened up and faced the audience, projecting her voice to be easily heard. Ladies and gentlemen of Konohagakure no Sato, today we have a special attraction for all of you. You will get to see some of the most prominent genin in this village pitted against one lone genin in today's battles. She pointed out to the tree where Naruto had long since stood up and begun loosening up, the sole genin In question is Naruto Uzumaki. A chorus of boos rang out among the audience until Naruto used the technique Tsunade had used to project her voice. "Ah, shut the hell up, you miserable bastards." Tsunade's sweat dropped at Naruto's dismissal of the crowd. "Right. Well then the rules will be as follows: a one-on-one bout between Naruto and one of the genin to be selected by their sensei. If Naruto can defeat the opponent he is matched with, he will be matched up with the next, and so on and so forth until he is either defeated or runs through them all." She finished with a smirk. She motioned for someone to walk over. "The proctor for the bouts will be Anko Mitarashi." Anko came from the back, smirking at the genin whose fights she would be refereeing. She turned to look out at Naruto, who was still stretching. "All right Gaki, you've talked a big game and Ibiki seems convinced. Let's see what you've got." Tsunade turned to the Junin who were conferencing amongst themselves. "So have you decided who is first?" They all nodded as Asuma stepped and whispered their decision in her ear. Tsunade nodded and re-projected her voice. "The first bout will be Naruto Uzumaki versus Sakura Haruno. All others clear the arena immediately." All of the other genin and their senseis made their way to the waiting area to watch the proceedings along with Tsunade. As they cleared out, it left Naruto standing out with Sakura and Anko. Naruto sighed and looked at Sakura. "Do you really want to do this? You can always just quit now." Sakura glared at him. "Are you saying that I'm too weak to fight you? I'm the same ranking as you and I graduated at the top of the class. You were dead last." Naruto's eyes didn't leave her. "I didn't say you were weak, you did. You're just weaker than me. And about the academy, I guess I could say that everything I ever needed to know I learned in kindergarten." Anko looked between them. First match: Naruto Uzumaki versus Sakura Haruno Hajime. XXX Tsunade looked at the Junin as Naruto and Sakura moved close to Anko to begin. "Why did you choose Sakura to lead off?" Kakashi looked at her lazily. "Well, we figured that while Naruto probably would more than likely win against her, we were banking on him taking it somewhat easy on her due to her being on his team and all." Asuma nodded. "It's common knowledge that he had a massive crush on her in the academy, and even when they were assigned teams we thought that this would force him to take some damage before kicking it in high gear to actively finish her. FWAP. Shouza Naruto Uzumaki. What? XXX Naruto looked down at the unconscious Sakura at his feet and then at Anko, who was poking her with a stick. Anko looked up at Naruto and grinned widely. "Damn Gaki, what was that for?" Naruto shrugged. "What? That was a love tap. She just came rushing in with that academy cookie-cutter style of taijutsu and she had her guard so wide open it was a jab. Who knew she had the chin of a 5-year-old narcolepsy patient?" Anko burst out in laughter at the casual way he handled that. Medics came out and carried her off, quickly clearing the arena once more. Naruto shook his head at the results of his first match. He looked up to the Junin with a deadpan expression. "What the hell was that? I really hope you've got more for me than that, or you can just mark me down as winning this whole thing right now." Anko tried to calm herself down from her laughing fit. "Kakashi, that was pathetic. Was she supposed to actually do something out here against him? I don't think she could beat an academy student fighting like that." XXX Tsunade had to laugh at how easily Naruto dealt with his crush. As she saw the Junin looking on in surprise, Kakashi rubbed his visible eye. "I didn't think it would be that fast." Asuma chuckled at Kakashi's expression. "Why, what happened?" "I blinked and I missed it." Kurenai looked at Kakashi suspiciously. "Kakashi, that looked like a strictly academy attack. Have you taught her anything since she was on your team?" Kakashi thought about it. "Define anything." Tsunade sighed. "All right, that was a waste of an introduction. Who's next?" Shizune handed Tsunade the order. that the Junin had written out, "Okay Ino Yamanaka, get down there." XXX Naruto squinted to see Ino coming out to face him next. Naruto grumbled under his breath, "So I'm getting all of the weak ones first. Okay, let's deal with that." Naruto hadn't moved an inch from his first fight, so he simply stood and waited for Ino to take her position. Ino looked at Naruto, smirking at him. "I'm not as pathetic as forehead Naruto, just give up, you won't beat me." At a glance Ino realized that Naruto's blue eyes were boring into her own without a hint of response on the inside, however one could find. Naruto rolling with laughter alongside the Kyuubi. "She really thinks she can beat me, are you kidding me? Hey Kyuubi, are you ready?" Kyuubi stopped laughing at the behest of its container. "Anytime kid, go for it." Anko raised her hand up. Second match, Naruto Uzumaki vs Ino Yamanaka Hajime. Ino tensed and waited for Naruto to move, but it never came. "Aren't you going to fight me, Naruto?" Naruto shook his head. "There's no point for me to attack you, it would be overkill, seeing as how no matter what you did I could beat you in one move." Ino gritted her teeth. "Oh yeah." She brought her hands up in the famous sign of her family. XXX Inoichi Yamanaka, who had come to watch the fights alongside his teammates, felt his heart stop when she made that sign. "Ino no." XXX Shintenshin no Jutsu, mind body switch jutsu. Naruto didn't move as Ino let her spirit fly into his own upon contact. Naruto slumped over. XXX Kiba shook his head and laughed as he saw Naruto go limp. He actually stood still and let Ino hit him with that move he was watching during the Chunin exam. Like the rest of us, he should know what it does. Shikamaru nodded. "I was worried at first, I didn't know how Ino was going to get him to hold still to hit him with it, but he did most of the work for her." Asuma, however, wasn't so confident. "Oh Ino, that was not a good idea." XXX Anko walked over to Naruto's slumped over body and poked him in the head. "Hello, which one of you brats is in there?" Naruto stood up straight. "It's me. Ino is in there being entertained, in the confines of my mind." Anko shook her head. "That's mean. Gaki, you know why that isn't safe, don't you?" Naruto scoffed as he took out some ninja wire and walked towards Ino's body. "Well, it was her own damn fault, no one told her to try and mind rape me. But she did anyway. It's not my problem that the only jutsu she knows isn't a battle jutsu." He began tying her up casually. "Call it." Anko nodded. "Shouza Naruto Uzumaki." After hearing that, Ino broke out in a scream as she returned to her own body, babbling about massacres and torture and all kinds of things. Naruto raised an eyebrow as the medic team escorted her off. "Kyuubi, what the hell did you do to her?" Kyuubi was batting its tails in a pleased fashion. "Well kid, you told me not to kill her or maim her, so I simply directed her to some of your older memories, tried to show her just what a real shinobi is." Naruto felt like rubbing his temple. What older memories? Naruto knew the Kyuubi was having fun with this, just all of the fun ones, like that time at Kuminari no Kuni for example. Naruto blanched. "Kuminari no Kuni, do you know how many of those motherfuckers I killed back there?" "You showed her ones like that. I think you might have given her PTSD or something, They'll blame us for that, right?" Kyuubi chuckled. "Well, you did let me do it, so I think technically it is our fault anyway." Naruto ambled back over to Anko. "I hate you. Love you too, Kit." XXX The Junin in the waiting area all had grimaces on their faces. Naruto intentionally allowed Ino to use Shintenshin no Jutsu on him, knowing that he had something of a natural defense for it. Kakashi looked at Ino being carried away. "Well, that's 2 down and he didn't even have to do anything to win." Kurenai was a bit more upbeat about the whole situation. "Well, at least next match I know he'll have to fight." Asuma looked at the fight order and nodded. There's no way he gets out of this one. Without some damage on him, Tsunade glanced at them briefly. Send whoever it is down then. Kurenai walked off to fetch the next genin to fight XXX. Naruto was once again standing by Anko, who was looking at him. You know, Gaki, if you actually want to get promoted from this, then you're eventually going to have to, I don't know, fight. Naruto smirked at her. You're just bored. Anko waved her arms childishly. You're damn right I'm bored. You haven't moved 12 steps since this whole thing started. I expected some action. You've just ended up fighting two little girls that I could beat. While I was hog-tied, Naruto frowned. Well yeah, they suck, that's why I didn't try fighting them. Why waste energy beating them when I could let them beat themselves? Anko pouted. I wish someone would come out here to kick your ass so I can enjoy myself. Naruto chuckled. Keep on dreaming, Snake Lady. I'm doing this to prove a point. If you didn't know, I'm proving that they can't beat me. That kind of implies that none of them are going to get a good fight out of me. Naruto noticed someone coming from the tunnel for his next fight. XXX Choji and Shikamaru watched Ino being carried off after Naruto was declared the winner. Choji was watching in shock as Naruto had shrugged off her family technique like it was nothing. Shikamaru, what just happened? Ino hit him with Shintension, didn't she? Shikamaru nodded. Yeah, she hit him head on. She was in there. Good, he must have a strong will like Sakura had to break out of it or something. Choji nodded. But what about all of that stuff she was screaming? Slaughters, tortures, beatings. What does all of that stuff mean? Shikamaru watched Naruto retake his spot. I don't know, but we have a real concern right now. We don't know who's fighting him. After this, look at him. He hasn't had to do anything at all and he's already won 2 fights. Asuma walked up behind them and placed a hand on their shoulders. Don't worry guys, he's fighting Kiba next. Even if he doesn't lose, Kiba will wear him down enough for the next fight. XXX Kiba was smirking as he set Akamaru down beside him. Finally, time for my rematch. Naruto, you won last time, but you can't do it twice. I'm getting my win back. Naruto said nothing and looked to Anko to start the fight. Match 3: Naruto Uzumaki vs Kiba Inuzuka Hajime, Shikyaku no Jutsu 4 legs technique. Kiba crouched down on all fours as his features became even more feral. This was all well and good for about 3 seconds until a blue shinobi sandal implanted itself under his chin and sent him flying backwards. Akamaru ran to his master, barking frantically as Kiba slowly pulled himself to his feet. Kiba shakily stood up. Yeah, I'm alright boy, he just caught me off guard. He looked up to reveal that Naruto was nowhere in sight. Kiba chuckled before jumping out of the way as a pair of hands broke through the ground he was standing on. Kiba laughed as he dodged the hands. I thought I told you last time. I can smell you, Dobby. You can't sneak up on me. His gloating was cut short as a sharp pain in his back sent him flying forward. Looking up from the ground, he saw Naruto standing with his leg extended in a kick. He turned towards the underground figure to see the hands explode into smoke. Kiba stood up and glared at him. I had your scent. Where were you? There was no way you could get the drop on me. Naruto lowered his leg and gazed out coolly at Kiba. You should quit out of principle. If this was a real fight, then I would have killed you just now. Kiba growled at Naruto while he just looked at him. Just because you can identify that I'm in the area means jack shit. If I'm too fast for you to pinpoint my location. Kiba hurriedly grabbed a pill from his pocket and threw it at Akamaru, remembering his opening troubles when it came to moving too slow. The little dog turned red after swallowing the pill while Kiba provided him some of his chakra. Jujin Bunshin man-beast clone. Kiba pulled out his smoke bombs and threw them at Naruto, engulfing him in smoke. Remember this, Naruto? Well, here we go again. Kiba and the transformed Akamaru ran at the smoke and jumped towards it, Gatsuga dual-piercing fang, after the twin drills tore through the smoke until it dissipated. Kiba and Akamaru stood in the smoke sans Naruto dumbfounded, and surrounded by kunai. Naruto came from his spot in the tree over to them. Kiba saw him walking up with his hands in a hand sign and tried to charge and attack him before running into an invisible barrier that threw him back and numbed his body. What the hell is this? Naruto made some more hand signs before stopping. Halfway through the last one, you should surrender, this is going to suck for you. Kiba bared his teeth at him. Answer me, what did you do? Naruto shook his head. It's not what I did, it's what I'm going to do. Last chance, I'm not supposed to really be trying to kill you guys, and this jutsu has the potential to do it. Kiba and Akamaru just kept trying to break through his barrier. Naruto shrugged and made the last hand sign. Your funeral. Raiden Denki Hokai lightning release electric implosion. The electric prison glowed white within until it was blindingly bright before the sounds of sharp crackling rang out. Naruto held the final hand sign for 10 seconds before he finally released it, revealing Kiba and Akamaru both unconscious and suffering from electric burns. Naruto walked over and picked up his kunai as Anko checked Kiba and Akamaru's vitals. She sighed in relief upon finding they were still alive and looked at Naruto, who was pocketing his kunai. Naruto shrugged. What? I asked him if he wanted to surrender. Did he think that anything I did from that point wouldn't mess him up? Anko gave him a dry look. You know you kids aren't supposed to kill each other out here. Naruto gave her one in response. He's still breathing, isn't he? If I wanted to kill him, you could have replaced those kicks I landed at the start with my sword. Anko shook her head and smirked. Shouza. Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto glanced at Kiba being placed on a stretcher and returned to the center of the arena, and that's roughly 1/3 of them down. Naruto turned up towards the Junin and gestured towards Kiba, who was being carried off. Get the point yet? Because before I could swear that you all missed it. XXX Kurenai was stunned the first time Naruto beat Kiba. It was surprising. She had thought it impossible then, but now more than realized that he was capable of it. It was how easily he beat Kiba this time around. Kiba didn't lay a finger on him the entire time. Kurenai clutched the order sheet as she marked off Kiba's name. Tsunade noticed that the crowd was perplexed. They had all been told that Naruto had no talent as a ninja, and here he was decimating the best ninja in his class, all of whom except one belonged to prominent clans. Kakashi moved closer to Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, it seems like you expected this to happen. Is there something that you know that we all don't? Tsunade grinned smugly at Kakashi. Why, Kakashi, isn't he on your team? Shouldn't his Junin sensei have an idea of what goes on with his students? Kakashi was not in the mood for games. Tsunade-sama, seriously, this Naruto is nothing like the one I was conditioned for when he was assigned to my squad. Something has happened and I can tell you know what is going on. Tsunade turned to Kakashi and gave him a serious look. Listen, Hitaki, all I am at liberty to really say about the matter is that Naruto has rediscovered his potential. This is the real Naruto. If you want to find out about him, then go and ask him yourself. If this keeps up, he won't be yours to command for much longer anyway. XXX Naruto immediately put his game face on when he realized who he was to fight next. Okay, Pop Warner, time is over, time to get serious. Shino walked out calmly from the back with his hands in his pockets as he moved up to Anko in a calculated manner. Anko elbowed Naruto in a teasing fashion. Well, now wonder Gaki, how are you going to handle this one? No clue. With those bugs on him, I won't be able to hide. I wouldn't be surprised if he had one on me already. Naruto spoke under his breath as Shino drew close. I'll let you know when I figure it out myself. Shino stopped in front of Naruto as Anko looked between them. Fourth match: Naruto Uzumaki vs Shino. Abarame Hajime. Shino snapped his arms out in his taijutsu stance, as did Naruto out of obligation. Naruto stared him down intently as he could feel Shino doing the same from behind his sunglasses. Both boys simply waited for the other to move in order to prepare a counter. After a few minutes of no movement, Naruto moved back quickly as Shino released his swarms of insects at him, beginning his retreat from Shino. Naruto's mind was running a mile a minute, trying to come up with a good plan to beat Shino. He won't move. All he has to do is get those damnable bugs on me and he can beat me. He might not even be standing there anymore. It could just be a Mushi Bunshin bug clone. This is one of those situations where I wish someone was underestimating me. Naruto kept on his heels as Shino kept sending his Kakaichu out at him. What can I do? I can't get close or I'll get swarmed. There's no way I can surround him with kunai to trap him after he's already seen it. Come on, what else do I have up my sleeve? Naruto tossed out shuriken in a probing move. Shino simply raised a wall of insects to block easily until Naruto clapped his hands together. Fuuten Ripushu wind release, violent wind. Palm. The gust coming from Naruto sped up the spinning shuriken and cut right through the wall of bugs. Shino took the hit and turned partly into bugs. The real Shino then appeared from the tree nearby and sicked more of his bugs on Naruto. Naruto's eye gleamed as he judged the distance between him and Shino and simply rushed him. Naruto had closed the distance by simply bullying his way through Shino's wall of insects and continued storming towards Shino. Shino attempted to latch the remaining bugs he had on his person onto Naruto, but the drain from the few amount of insects was similar to taking a bucket to scoop out a lake. Naruto viciously rocketed his fist into Shino's face. Naruto's punch dropped Shino cleanly as his Kakaichu retreated into his body to help run damage control. Anko wandered over with a grin on her face. Shouza the miracle Gaki Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto sighed as he picked himself up and walked over to Anko, who was still grinning. That was an ugly win. Gaki, your right hand is pretty nasty. Naruto settled himself in his usual waiting position. A win is a win. Shino was my worst possible matchup and I'm just lucky that he was just a rookie, or else I would have been screwed and had to step it up. He needs to learn more techniques. Anko was getting interested in this kid. So you're saying the rest of the fights will be easy? Naruto smirked. They'll all be easy. That one was just tough by comparison to what the majority of them will be. XXX Shikamaru watched the medics carrying off Shino and had to let out a groan. How troublesome. He fought 4 of us and he still isn't tired yet. Neji, who had been silently appraising Naruto's fighting since the start of the test, looked out at the boy in a thinking fashion. I lost to him last time and now it seems as if he has only grown in leaps and bounds since then, and he has yet to even draw the sword on his back yet. Tenten, who had been next to her teammate throughout the proceedings, was amazed by how well he was fighting. Where did all of this come from? No one has even touched him yet. I wonder who could be next. Rock Lee had fire in his eyes. Oh, were it not for my injuries, I could test my own youth against Naruto-kun's considerable flames. I will seek him out for a spar once I recover, and I cannot, I will do 500 fingertip push-ups, and if I cannot do that, then I will. Lee. Enough. Neji stopped that train before it got rolling. We've seen 4 fights and I still can't pinpoint a viable set label for him. If I had to call him anything, I would say he is a mid to close range specialist. Tenten smirked at Neji. Wow, Neji, I don't seem to recall you trying to analyze Naruto's fighting style the first time you two fought. Neji gave her a small smirk back. That's why I lost the first time. Sasuke was standing alone gnashing his teeth as he watched Naruto basically sleepwalking through his matches. When is it my turn? I want my opportunity to fight the Dobi Itachi. Wanted something with Naruto, all of that emotion in his face, it was all directed at him. He barely considered me at all. If I can beat Naruto, then it will prove that I deserve Itachi's notice more. The genin all had their attention drawn as Shizune arrived to summon the next one for their turn. Against Naruto XXX. Naruto and Anko were in the midst of a short conversation as they waited for Naruto's next opponent. So your style consists mostly of you slowing your enemy down and picking them apart by striking at the throat, groin and other soft areas. Anko nodded with a gleeful look on her face. Yep, it's really unpleasant. Want to see? Naruto unconsciously grabbed his groin. Nope. I'm good. Who's next? Anko pointed at the tunnel to get him to look. Naruto followed her line of vision to see Tenten entering from the tunnel. Okay, number 5. Let's do this. Tenten walked up to Naruto and faced him down. I'm pretty nervous about this. You aren't a pushover, Naruto. I might not win this, but I'll give it my best shot. Naruto slid into his stance. And that's all you can really do in the end. Don't sell yourself short. Anyone can beat anyone. Anko raised her hand. The 5th match, Naruto Uzumaki versus Tenten Hajime. Tenten immediately brandished kunai and began tossing them out at Naruto. In the blink of an eye, Naruto drew his blade and blocked the projectiles before rushing in to attack. Upon seeing him draw his blade, Tenten pulled out a scroll and summoned her own sword to engage Naruto with. Up close as Naruto and Tenten clashed swords, he had to chuckle. A katana? You just wanted that spar you asked me for, didn't you? Tenten smirked. I have to see if you're any good at swinging that thing around. Naruto returned the smirk as he began pressing her back. Tenten planted her feet but ended up being pushed through the dirt. God, this strength. It's ridiculous. He might be stronger than Lee. Tenten lashed out with a kick as she chose to break off their contact that Naruto slapped aside with the flat of his blade. That's your leg, Tenten. Don't be so quick to attack. It pays to be somewhat patient. Tenten growled and ran back in to trade steel with Naruto again. Every stroke of her blade was blocked or parried, and Naruto refused to take advantage of the openings that followed. Tenten disengaged and stomped on the ground in frustration. Why are you so good at this? You just got that thing last month. Naruto stood straight up and looked at her. I told you I was an old hand at this. You use a lot of weapons, but have you mastered any? I'm no master, but I was pretty good at this. Plus I'm faster and stronger than you, so I can do stuff like. Naruto vanished and slipped behind her quickly to knock her out with the handle of his blade. This, he caught her before she hit the ground and set her down gently. You should have stuck with the long-range stuff. You would have lost anyway, but up close is almost tantamount to suicide against a guy like me. Unless your name is Rock Lee or Neji, they're the only ones that can hang with me up close. Anko pointed to Naruto. Shouza Naruto Uzumaki. Man, I am getting sick of saying that. Naruto smirked at Anko. Well then convince the other 5 genin to quit. Anko shook her head. You took your sweet time with that one gaki. Why not just do that from the start? Naruto shrugged. Hey, I get bored too. You know, she had a sword. I did too. It clicked. Or clanged. Who's left? Anyway, XXX. Asuma was dumbfounded as he watched yet another genin fall by his hand. What is he? How could he possibly be so good? He was just playing with her the entire time. No genin could possibly fight like that. Kurenai checked Tenten off of the list. 5 down, 5 to go. This is absurd. He's running right through them all. He hasn't had a single fight that lasted more than 5 minutes. Kakashi had gotten used to Naruto whooping ass on the genin and was still trying to sort out just What made him this way? Did Jiraiya do this during the month he was with him? What am I missing here? Asuma threw his hands in the air. Send out the next one. There has to be someone who can beat him. XXX Naruto was mulling his potential opponents around in his head when his next one entered. Naruto saw the unmistakable expression of one Shikamaru Nara coming his way. Shikamaru took a lax stance in front of Naruto as Anko looked at his expression. Geez kid, could you look any more excited to be here? The seventh match, Naruto Uzumaki vs Shikamaru Nara Hajime. Shikamaru scratched his head and made his rat seal. That's because I don't want to be here. There's no reason to fight here. At least during the Chunin exams I had to fight to avoid getting hurt to get my team to the next stages, and if I had been motivated fight to get promoted, there's no reason to fight you. There's nothing to gain or lose. This whole thing is so troublesome. Naruto put his hand on his neck and rolled it around. So, quit. Shikamaru shrugged. Alright. Later, Shikamaru turned and headed back up the tunnel. Waving over his shoulder, Anko blinked a few times. Wow kid, just, wow. Naruto blinked at Shikamaru's retreating form. Holy crap, I just took a freakin' shot in the dark. I had no idea that would actually work. I'm awesome. Anko snapped out of her stupor. Right, well. Shouza Naruto Uzumaki, XXX in the stands. Choza Akamichi and Inoichi Yamanaka sweat dropped at the results of the fight. Choza looked over to his longtime partner Shikaku. Your boy is more like you than you care to mention. Shikaku. Shikaku shrugged. Hey, have you been watching this crap like I have? He didn't have a chance to win, and he knew it. Naruto gave him a way out. The kid must be getting tired of this. Inoichi nodded. We've already determined that he can wipe the floor with all of our kids, so why are we still here? Choza chuckled. Speak for yourselves. He still hasn't fought Choji yet. There are still kids that can fight. This isn't over by a long shot. XXX Tenten, who had woken up shortly after her fight with Naruto, looked at Shikamaru with a twitching eyebrow. You quit. Shikamaru yawned as he made his way to the railing. I didn't see any reason to fight. Neji frowned at his attitude. To prove yourself to all of the ninja and people in attendance for your clan's honor. Shikamaru looked over at Neji lazily. There's no point. You might think all of that clan honor stuff is a big deal, but me not so much. I didn't want to do this in the first place, and seeing how he's handled everyone else so far just solidified the fact that I really don't want to fight that kid. Sasuke scoffed. You're just too lazy to fight. Shikamaru glared at Sasuke. I did fight. I trapped him in Kagemon no Jutsu, Shadow Possession Jutsu. The second the fight started, when he rolled his neck, he didn't show any resistance at all. My control over the technique isn't enough for me to keep a hold over a certain amount of brute force. The light out here was too much for me to use it effectively. It's around noon, and he didn't even blink. That jutsu is all I had on him. I couldn't have won. XXX Asuma was hitting his head on the wall. Damn Shikamaru, I should have known he would do that shit. Why didn't I put him on sooner? Tsunade was hanging on the railing laughing. Well, at least he knows when he's outmatched. Maybe he should be a Chunin. Asuma Kurenai checked his name off. 6 down, 4 to go. Her eyes widened when she saw who was next on the list. Oh no, I didn't think it would get this far. XXX Jan, Ken, Pon. Anko pouted at the results. You brat. Naruto slapped Anko's closed fist. It's not my fault you always choose rock. Anko. Anko kissed her fist. Ah, good old rock. Nothing beats that. Naruto sweat dropped. Yeah, sure. Why not? Naruto growled in frustration. Kami wins the next fight. I want to finish kicking everybody's ass so I can get my promotion and go home. Anko looked behind Naruto and turned him around. Oh, Hinata's next, I guess. Naruto jumped backwards and set himself in his stance. Hinata shakily set herself in her Juken stance and looked out at him. Naruto-kun. Naruto's eyes hardened. Talk later, fight now, come on Hinata, bring it on. Naruto's eyes bored into hers, analyzing everything he could find, stripping her bare. This isn't Naruto-kun. His eyes have never been so cold before. There's none of the warmth there was before, just strength. Strength that I can't match. Anko noticed the fidgeting of the girl. This girl is going to get destroyed if she doesn't shape up. This Gaki will be ruthless once the fight starts. She lifted her hand. 7th match, Naruto Uzumaki vs Hinata Hyuga Hajime. Naruto wasted no time and dashed in to deliver a hook to Hinata's body and a sidekick to her head, sending her to the ground quickly. Hinata laid on the ground with her eyes welling with tears. Naruto-kun, could you really hurt me like this? What happened to you? Get up. Her eyes turned onto the boy in question, who was patiently standing and waiting for her to get up to continue. There is no way that that was enough to put you down, so get up and fight me. Don't lay down and quit. I can accept that from Shikamaru, but not you. I thought you had more in you than that. He began pacing as she remained on the ground. I remember watching you fight Neji, and I remember how you fought him. Yes, he was more skilled than you, but you showed fire. You showed that you have drive, and you showed that you have the courage to fight. He stopped and looked at her. Not now, I have to say. She locked eyes with him again and tried to find the Naruto she had come to love during the days in the academy, and again found nothing. None of the upbeat, positive, bright Naruto she had known back then. This one was serious, professional, with the eyes of someone who knew just what kind of world he was living in. The scar simply added on to that. She began to stir from the ground and looked at him defiantly. You're not Naruto-kun. Naruto jerked an eyebrow. Excuse me. Hinata's eyes sharpened as she raised her voice. You're not Naruto-kun. Naruto-kun never acted like this, never spoke down to people. He would never use techniques like he used on Kiba-kun. Who are you? Naruto's eyes narrowed at her insinuation. Oh, I get it. I don't have my head in the clouds and can see things around me for what they are, so I'm not Naruto. I can find people's flaws and will actually comment on them openly, so I'm not Naruto. I'm actually skilled enough to use more techniques than Kage Bunshin, and they don't put me in direct danger, so I'm not Naruto. Naruto saw her falter with every word he made. I know why you're so upset about it. Her eyes widened. Does he really know? How did he find out? Naruto nodded to himself. You probably saw me as I was in the academy and liked my never say die attitude, how I always got back up and shrugged off what everyone did and said to me. You figured there's no way anyone can take all of that and still smile and keep on trying. So you thought I was strong? Naruto saw her react as if solidifying his thoughts. Well, that statement would be accurate. No one can keep on going through all of that and keep smiling unless you're brain dead or something. Her reaction was priceless. He jaw dropped before she began speaking rapidly, trying to rescind the previous thought. Naruto raised a hand for her to stop. This is me. I'm still strong like I was back then. I'm just not willing to take bullshit like I was back then. Taking people's shit and coming back for more with a grin doesn't make you strong. It makes you stupid and weak. The reason people like you and people like me tend to want to get strong is to prove others wrong, to spite them, or to get strong enough that no one ever tries to fuck with you again. Naruto pointed at her. That's what you want. You want strength for the second reason you do, even if it's subtle. You never want anyone to treat you the way Neji treated you during the preliminaries again, which, by the way you act and the way you almost took it laying down, must happen regularly. You want to be left to do things your own way for those in stations above you to just let you be, to live your life, but you quit. You saw me taking all my lumps in the academy and getting back up, and you didn't want to put the work in anymore. You wanted to settle for the strength, to just deal with what life handed you. You didn't know that it's impossible for a human being to take that the way I did, and I became an ideal to you, an unreachable paragon. Hinata looked up with tear-filled eyes. No, that's not true, it isn't. I looked up to you as someone to be like. Someone to strive after. Naruto rolled his eyes. Like a paragon. Hinata shook her head. No, not like that. It's because I admire you. Naruto caught on and spoke lowly. You don't admire me, Hinata. You admire the idea of me, or the old me I should say. If you had me, then you thought that it wouldn't matter if you could never get the desire you had of just being able to deal that if you had me, that I could lend you enough of my own to get you by. Don't do that. I'm not your golden ticket. I'm not the answer to your problems. I'm just a guy with a sword and a whole can of whoop ass. He spoke up now. If you want me to teach you how to fight or how to get stronger, I can't do that, and I can't take your problems away from you. Do you know why? Hinata shook her head. Tears were just about to fall. Naruto smiled sadly. Because you can't respect someone that kisses your ass. Hinata, you didn't even try to fight my reasoning for why you thought you saw something in me. You were too afraid to go against me. What if that manifests again in something else later on, and I'm not there for you to get a boost from? If you won't defend yourself to me, the person you admire, then how can you defend yourself against others when I'm not even there? Naruto sighed and ran his fingers through his spiky hair. Enough of this. This really isn't the time or the place for this kind of thing. This is the time for a fight. Now come, give me your best. Hinata let tears fall from her eyes. Naruto had yet to slip into his uncaring phase before he saw them hit the ground. Hinata, her eyes floated up to him once more. Prove me wrong, then show me I'm full of shit. Take an actual step towards changing yourself and fight me. Damn it, don't just go with the flow. Your life won't let you do that. The things you need and want to accomplish in this world won't just come to you. No one's going to hand you the answers. Everything you want, it's there, so take it. Despite the harshness of his words, she looked into his eyes and saw something concerned, something that she had overlooked earlier. The fox in Naruto's head chuckled. Nice monologue, ninja. You should write movie scripts. Naruto inwardly sneered. Fuck you, Kyuubi. That was serious. She needs to get it together. Life is way harder than this. Hinata looked shocked for a moment before she wiped her eyes and fell into her stance, activating her Byakugan to begin. Naruto motioned for her to come, and she ran in quickly and began to furiously engage him with Juken strikes. He's right. I need to show that I'm willing to change for good, not just when the situation calls for it. I'll show you, Naruto-kun. Despite the potential damage the strikes could deal with just a touch, Naruto was still faster. He was blocking the strikes with the palms of his hands rather than letting her close off his tenketsu. Otherwise, eventually Naruto tired of blocking strikes and shot an axe kick to her hand. In the middle of a strike, the kick ended up breaking her hand. She drew it back and tried a second attack with her other hand. This time Naruto latched on and elbowed her in the wrist, breaking it. Naruto jumped back as she cried out in pain. He simply stared her down. Okay. What are you going to do now? Will you walk away? Hinata hissed in pain of her now useless hands, but soon set a defiant gaze on Naruto and charged back in to lash out with kicks. Naruto was pleasantly surprised with her last-ditch attacks and marveled at the fact that she was flexible enough to launch certain kicks that he knew shouldn't have been possible for the angles he was moving to. Naruto nodded to himself and slapped one of her kicks down to the ground and ducked down before delivering a rising palm strike under her chin, sending her flying and slipping her into unconsciousness. That's better now. Let's see if you can keep that spirit this time around. As her body hit the ground, Naruto sighed and walked towards Anko, who simply nodded. Shouza Naruto. Uzumaki. Naruto retook his position by Anko, who was frowning at him. Nai-chan is going to kill you. When this is all over, you know that, right? She loves that little girl like a daughter. Naruto looked up at Kurenai, who was glaring heavily at him. He could have sworn she was trying to cast a genjutsu on him via eye contact, but he shook it off. Well then, I should never have had to do that. She should have gotten her on track way before she fought me here. Except for Tenten, all of these girls need a reality check if my ass kickings didn't already do it. Naruto looked up to the box. All of you guys suck. I hope the last three can show something here. I haven't even taken a punch yet. I guess I'm not the only genin that got shafted by their sensei here, huh? Anko looked Naruto over, getting tired yet. Gaki? Naruto shook his head. Nope, just getting warmed up, Anko-san. Anko grinned at him. None of that san stuff, Gaki. It's Anko-chan to you. You're one interesting kid. Naruto kept himself limber, waiting for his next fight. Whatever you say, Anko-san. Kurenai was gnashing her teeth after watching Naruto's fight with Hinata. He tore her down, goaded her into a fight, and then dissected her. And kept a straight face about it the whole time. I'm going to kill that brat when this is over. Tsunade glared back at her. Be quiet, Kurenai, and be professional. It was a fight. Mind games are supposed to be just another tool that shinobi use. This isn't a primary school where everyone is everyone's friend and you can hold her hand the entire time. You were the ones that were so sure he wouldn't get this far. Not bad for a dead last, huh? Asuma looked at Tsunade. You sure must like that kid, huh? Hokage-sama. Tsunade smirked at him. Why wouldn't I? That's one tough brat down there. Unlike the majority of your kids, he has the right idea on what a shinobi is supposed to do. He's loyal and he's actually pretty pleasant if you didn't piss him off at you. Oh wait, none of you know anyone that ever tried talking to him seriously before? Tsunade laughed slightly. I have half a mind to promote him to Junin after this. He's already got Chunin. Guy walked up. Tsunade-sama, I admit Naruto-kun's flames of youth burn brighter than previously advertised, but are you sure Junin is a whole other league, especially for a child? Tsunade looked at Guy with a smirk. Well, he's still got 3 fights left. He'll show you just what league he's in. I think I'll give him some time as a Chunin first. He won't get anything less than that, though. I don't think any of the remaining genin can even touch him. Kakashi chimed in. He still hasn't fought Sasuke yet. Tsunade-sama, things can change in the blink of an eye, you know. Tsunade got a predatory look in her eye. So Kakashi, sounds like you still don't think much about our little blonde Gaki out there. How about a little wager? Kakashi I smiled. Name your terms. Tsunade's grin got wider. Oh, this one might entertain you quite a bit. And I wouldn't really call it a wager, more of a request of sorts. XXX in the crowd. The recently released Sand siblings were in attendance, stopping off to watch the event going on in the stadium before returning to their home. Their time as POWs now overtaking their seats. They were curious as to what was going on. Kankuro noticed Gaara watching down on the field, intently looking down there himself. He saw Naruto standing alone with Anko down in the center. Isn't that the kid that caught us? Temari squinted before widening her eyes in surprise. It is. What is he doing here? Is this all about him? A disgruntled fan snorted. That demon brat is taking on a bunch of the prominent genin in this village. The poor kids. That demon is slaughtering them out there. Gaara blinked and locked eyes with the man. So Uzumaki is killing his genin opponents in the ring. The man flinched at Gaara's gaze and monotone speaking voice. No, not really, but he's running right through them all. I knew he was hiding something for all these years. Temari and Kankuro looked confused. Temari voiced their question. Why does this place despise the kid so much? Gaara simply looked at her and back out into the arena. He is like me. Both Temari and Kankuro was shocked. Like Gaara, he has a demon in him too. Why hasn't he ended up the same way that Gaara did then? These people hate him, not fear him, so he couldn't be killing them. XXX Naruto yawned loudly back in the stadium. He had been here for over 4 hours and had not been even close to pushed yet. This was more of a light spar to him than anything else. All things considered, hell, it wasn't even a spar. During a spar you actually get hit. Naruto shut his mouth from his massive yawn and smacked his lips. I'm bored. Anko-san, this is boring. I'm tired of beating up on these kids already. Do you think I got my point across yet? Anko smirked at him. Now Gaki, you still have 3 fights left, so make them entertaining. Okay, and what did I tell you to call me again? Naruto rolled his eyes and spoke in monotone. Anko-chan. Or, Naruto sighed tiredly. Anko-sama. Anko smiled sweetly at him. Good boy. I knew you could do it. Look alive, kid. Next victim up. At Anko's behest, Naruto found Neji making his way into the arena with his usual gait. Naruto and Neji faced each other down and stared at each other intensely. Neji smirked at the blonde. One more time. Naruto chuckled. One more time. Anko licked her lips in anticipation of the coming battle. The 8th match, Naruto Uzumaki vs Neji Hyuga. Hajime. Neji activated his Byakugan and sprung at him suddenly, beginning striking at Naruto rapidly. Naruto didn't feel like risking his chakra by blocking this time, so he opted to simply dodge and put some distance between himself and the Hyuga prodigy. This was easier said than done, however, as Neji was dogged in his pursuit, and any attempts to move without properly breaking Neji's chain of combinations could result in some painful Hyuga jabs in his near future. Naruto shot out a punch at the same time Neji went for a finger jab. Neji diverted his strike over Naruto's fist and dipped it in time to hit him in the wrist. Naruto saw this as his opportunity to move and jumped back, shaking his wrist out to get the feeling back into it. Neji kept his focus solely on Naruto and easily realizing the threat that any time Naruto could have to think and plan was bad, rushed back in. Naruto formed a cage bunshin and kawaramid with it in time for Neji to hit a palm strike to the bunshin's chest, destroying it and allowing Naruto ample breathing room to back away. Neji set himself in his ready stance and let out a breath. I will defeat you this time, Naruto. I am not taking you lightly. This time around you have my full attention. Naruto pulled the sword from his back. That's nice, but you can pay me all the attention that you want. You still won't beat me. I'm not the same one-dimensional guy that I was at the Chunin exams. He set himself down and ran at Neji. Neji began ducking and dodging Naruto's slashes. Naruto sheathed his sword suddenly following one of his slashes and grabbed Neji by his ponytail that was flailing about in the melee. With a malicious smirk on his face, he jerked around and tossed Neji over his shoulder, slamming him hard to the ground by his hair. Neji held his scalp on the ground while Anko cackled in the background. That ripped a few out by the roots, didn't it? Neji rubbed his head as he stood up. That wasn't very honorable, Naruto. Naruto shrugged. Where ninja honor is for samurai and dead men, I'd rather be an ignoble winner than an honorable loser. Neji slipped back into his stance. That may be, but you were in range of my field of divination. A sigh came from Naruto's mouth. Fuck. Neji dashed in and began his assault. Hake. 2 palms. Naruto dodged the first 2 strikes. Neji kept going. 4 palms. Naruto kept dodging as Neji picked up the pace. 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms. Naruto kept narrowly keeping out of reach of the rapid fire strikes. 64 palms. Naruto's eyes widened as he saw that Neji wasn't stopping his assault. The blistering speed of his hands had Naruto actually worrying about getting hit. Finally Neji clipped him and began tagging him with shots. Hake Hyaku Naijuahachi Sho. 8 trigrams 128 palms. Naruto was knocked to the ground as Neji stood straight up looking down on him. XXX Asuma let out a breath that he didn't know he was holding. Finally someone beat the kid. It took long enough, though I kind of thought he was going to finish. There for a minute. Kurenai shook her head. You forgot, didn't you? Kakashi and Asuma looked at her curiously and she groaned. People really don't pay attention to him, do they? This already happened last time Neji hit him more than he did this time. Asuma dropped his cigarette while Kakashi still looked puzzled. Neji did something like this the first time they fought. Well, how did he get up to win? XXX Neji turned to speak to Anko. Neji stopped, however, upon hearing a bored sigh coming from Naruto. Whoopee, more palms, yay. Man, you Hyugas are seriously a bunch of one-trick ponies. Neji turned to see a dry expression on Naruto's face. What are you saying, Naruto? You should be beaten after that. Naruto smirked at him. Deja vu, isn't it? Neji's eyes widened as the same malicious feeling from last time as Naruto kipped back up to his feet. Just as quickly the feeling faded and let out a vulpine smirk. You barely hit me. I'd say out of 128 strikes you hit me maybe 20 or so times. Last time you hit all 64 of your other technique and I shook it off. I'm immune to your Juken unless you strike for organs or something, and even then it had better be a kill shot or all just keep coming. Neji tensed up. Well then why did you dodge my earlier strikes if you can just take them when I hit? I still had to have disrupted your tenketsu. Naruto nodded. Yes, but you forget. I can just open them back up. I already did. Hurts like hell though. That's why I dodged those things. Hurt. Neji was on immediate alert as Naruto charged back, and luckily Neji performed his katen prior to Naruto reaching him. Naruto was thrown back and scoffed. You want to try that again? As he drew the sword from his back, Neji prepared for another rotation. Naruto dashed in as Neji began to spin. Naruto channeled wind chakra into the blade of his sword and split right through Neji's shell of chakra, bursting out the other side. Neji stood still for a moment before dropping to the ground as blood shot from the wounds that appeared on his chest and back. Naruto ignored the outraged cries of the people. Ultimate defense, my ass. Naruto walked over to Neji and placed the blade by his throat. Neji looked up at him with difficulty. How? Naruto looked down at him. Don't worry about it, sleep. Naruto cracked Neji with the blunt side of his ninjutsu, knocking him out. To end the fight, Anko walked over and called for the medics while Naruto walked over to a grassy area to wipe off his sword. Shouza Naruto Uzumaki. XXX Asuma was clutching the guard rail tightly. That was wind chakra. How could a genin possibly know elemental manipulation to that kind of extent? That's an elite level skill. XXX Naruto turned to see Choji making his way out onto the field. Choji unwarily stood across from him and got his first eye full of Naruto's combat stare. He felt like he was drowning in the ocean as he looked into Naruto's eyes that resembled the coldness of an iceberg. Choji bit his lip and steeled himself. He was no fool. He had seen what had gone on in all of the other matches. He knew he had no chance against Naruto if he was strong enough to fight off Shikamaru's Kagemon no Jutsu. He knew he couldn't match up against him because his strength was really all that he had over most genin. Naruto was faster, stronger, and had too many ways to beat him, but he wasn't going to walk away from the fight just because he knew he would lose. Worst case scenario, Naruto knocks him out and he spends a few hours looking up at a hospital ceiling until his parents come and get him. He knew Naruto wouldn't hurt him unnecessarily, so he could more or less place this in a category similar to sparring with his father. He knew he wouldn't win, but that was no reason not to try his best. Choji gulped and motioned to Anko that he was ready. Anko took her spot between them. The ninth match. Naruto Uzumaki vs Choji Akamichi Hajime, Beika no Jutsu multi-size jutsu, Anko had to jump out of the way as Choji immediately went straight into his clan jutsu list as quickly as he could. He tucked his head, arms and legs into his body. Nakuden Sensha human bullet tank, his massive form began its rollout towards Naruto, who was swiftly on the defensive to avoid being squashed by the chubby ninja. Despite being in the shape of a massive ball, Choji was quite mobile in that form and was far faster than he was outside of it. Naruto found that the longer Choji rolled, the more momentum he picked up. Naruto pumped chakra into his legs to gain the necessary distance to warrant turning around to face Choji. Naruto channeled wind chakra to his fists and thrusted them out, linked together. Fuuten Fusion. Seiken Wind Release Divine Fist of the Wind God, the force of the wind jutsu hitting the meat tank sent the rotund ninja flying backwards until he bounced off of one of the stone walls lining the arena. Choji came rolling right back at Naruto, who simply stood right in his path and waited for him. When he got close enough, Naruto cocked his leg back and gave Choji a chakra-enhanced kick that sent him flying once more, only into the stands. This time Choji released the jutsu to avoid crushing the spectators and ended up crashing into the stairs and rolling down them until he finally came to a stop at the bottom. After a few minutes of him trying to regain his senses, Choji shakily stood up and faced Naruto, wincing with some blood coming from his lips. "You're strong, Naruto. I know I can't win here." Naruto nodded. "But the important thing is that you tried. Do you want to continue?" Choji looked up in the stands to his father. Choza knew what Choji was asking him and sat in contemplation. Before silently shaking his head, Choji turned back to Naruto and sighed. "I wish I could, but there's only one way that I can even hope to hang with you, and my dad really doesn't want me trying it. It's really dangerous. I surrender." Anko nodded and pointed to Naruto. "Shouza Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto sighed. "I kind of wanted to see what you could do, Choji. You have some serious potential. I can only imagine what you had up your sleeve, but I understand. Maybe I'll get to see it one day." Choji held his ribs and smiled at Naruto before heading back to the waiting area. Naruto grinned and looked up at the waiting area where the others were watching from. Looking at all of the Junin, he held up all 10 of his fingers and slowly ticked them all down until one thumb was left up before he slowly dragged it across his throat. XXX Guy was marveling at the sheer raw power that Naruto had just shown against Choji. He stopped him with a kick, just a kick, nothing more. "That's incredible. I wouldn't even attempt something like that." Tsunade smiled at Naruto and looked back at her subordinates. "Last chance Sasuke has to win, or you all know what will happen." Asuma shrugged. "Yeah, we do, but I still don't see how that could be a punishment for losing a bet." Tsunade chuckled. "Okay, just keep with that line of thought." XXX Anko noticed the crowd beginning to buzz, mostly over how the last Uchiha would wipe the floor with the demon. Naruto simply stood calmly and waited for the fight to come. Anko really had taken a liking to the kid over the course of the day. He was entertaining to her, whether intentional or not, and he didn't act much like his age. She also realized that he fought like a professional. She definitely had to seek him out for a spar or two after this was all over. Anko nudged him to get his attention. "Last one, Gaki. How are you going to handle this one?" Naruto shifted his eyes to her. "The same way I handled the rest of them. I'm going to kick his ass." Anko smirked. "What, you don't think the Uchiha will pose a challenge to you?" She spoke in a sarcastic tone. "You think the almighty Sharingan isn't enough for him to win?" Naruto chuckled. "Nope, hell I don't think it'll even help at all here. He can't copy anything I can do. I don't need hand seals to make Kage Bunshin. Even if he had the hand seals for my Raiden Denkai branch moves, he still doesn't have the ones for Raiden Denkai in the first place, so they're useless, and my Food and Jutsu don't need hand seals either. He can't copy anything I'm actually willing to show here. Finally Dobi Naruto noticed Sasuke walking up to him. This Sasuke didn't just have his air of superiority over him, he had a tinge of excitement rolling off of him. He was spoiling for this fight. I can finally prove once and for all that I'm better than you. Get ready to lose. Naruto had his arms crossed. If you were really strong, then you wouldn't have to prove anything to anyone. I'm just doing this for my career. If I don't show all of these idiots that I'm talented, I'll never get a promotion. Naruto looked to Anko, who moved between them. She turned towards the crowd. The 10th and final match, Naruto Uzumaki versus Sasuke Uchiha. The crowd roared for Sasuke as a smug smirk came onto his face looking at Naruto. He flashed the famous eyes of the Sharingan, making the crowd roar even louder. Anko rolled her eyes. Show off. Hajime, Sasuke dashed in, remembering how poor Naruto had been at taijutsu all the times that Kakashi had them spar in the past. Apparently he hadn't been paying much attention to the happenings of the day too much. Naruto slapped his initial punch aside and grabbed onto his ankle to pull him forward roughly before hitting him with a vicious clothesline to the throat. Sasuke hit the ground hard, holding his throat and coughing. Naruto walked around him slowly and let him get his breath. You know, Uchiha, part of me is telling me to just knock you flat on your ass, get my promotion, go home and sleep until later. Disturbed, a feral grin spread over his face, however, but it's a whisper compared to the part of me that's screaming to flat out humiliate your ass in front of all these people. So get up, because this is a long-ass trail you're taking, Uchiha, and this is just the first turn, bitch. XXX. The Sand siblings were getting pretty fed up with how the crowd was treating Naruto. The demon just hit the Uchiha. There's no way Uchiha-sama can lose to something like that. It was luck. This entire thing has all been luck. Tamari asked a man nearby, how many fights have there been so far? The man kept his eyes on the current battle. There have been 9 so far. The brat beat everyone that was put in front of him. None of them have even been able to touch him. Tamari watched Sasuke shakily pick himself up off of the ground. That isn't the same kid screaming all the time from the exams. Konkuro nodded. What happened? I wouldn't have even considered him a threat until he ended up beating us in the woods. XXX. Sasuke, just now getting his breathing back to normal, stood and glared at Naruto. How did you hit me so easily? You were never this good before. Naruto set back into a ready stance. Well, this isn't before, is it? You can't hit me fighting the way you do. Trying to beat me with taijutsu would be like you trying to fight Kakashi with taijutsu, except I won't be so nice about it. No gimme shots for you to boost your ego. If you try that again, I will be breaking something. Sasuke growled at Naruto. What do you mean, gimme shots? Sasuke rushed right back in as Naruto sighed in response and began defending. Face it, Dobi, those other losers couldn't match up to me. Naruto narrowed his eyes and caught Sasuke's fist in his grip. Before slamming a fist deep into his body, Sasuke dropped to his knees, spitting out blood and coughing once more. Naruto punted him in the ribs and sent him rolling for a few feet. I meant what I said. When Kakashi trained you during the month before the finals, he said he worked on your taijutsu and speed. How hard did he hit you? What was the hardest that Kakashi hit you? Naruto picked up Sasuke by his collar and smashed him in the face once more. Did he ever hit you so hard that he hurt himself? Did he ever hit you so hard you actually lost consciousness for more than a day? If your answer is no, then you're way more under me than I thought. Naruto held him by his collar as Sasuke struggled to get out. Sasuke managed to reel off a shot that hit Naruto in the face, but all it did was force Naruto to turn his head. Naruto quirked his mouth before head-butting Sasuke in the face, sending him falling to the ground holding his now broken nose. Sasuke looked up to Naruto, blood coming through his finger and tears forming in his eyes. Naruto shot a cold gaze downward. You think you're strong, but you're not as good as you think. You've been led to believe that you're Kami's gift to Konoha, but you're not. You're just another genin with a bloodline, and that doesn't make you special at all. All you had over everyone else was a leg up and an entire village at your back. Sasuke stood back up, glaring with death in his eyes at Naruto, who scoffed at his attempt at killing intent. I'm done talking to you, let me show you what I mean the hard way. As Naruto finished speaking, Sasuke jumped away, not really wanting to get in close with Naruto again. Sasuke flipped through hand signs and put his fingers to his mouth. Kaiten Gukaku no Jutsu, Fire Release Grand Fireball Jutsu. The fireball launched at Naruto, who didn't move. The fireball collided with Naruto, much to the approval of the crowd, who up until that point were sitting on their hands. Sasuke smirked at the ruin he had created until the fire cleared and a charred log was left behind, remnants of a Kawarimi. Sasuke scanned the immediate area, swiftly preparing his body for any response that it could take. He turned his head as he saw Naruto emerge from the tree in the arena, rushing at him. As he turned to react, he took a sharp blow in one of his blind spots, revealing another Naruto that was currently pummeling him. The first Naruto who had gotten his notice had dispelled, while the other Naruto attacked Sasuke was reeling from the pummeling that was taking place. The Sharingan was once again proven useless against an opponent that was far faster than he was. It actually made it worse. Seeing a punch coming and not being able to defend it chipped away at Sasuke's confidence, but in this case he was seeing entire combinations coming and still ended up taking them. The dull thump of Sasuke hitting the ground again rang out as Naruto burst into smoke. Another Naruto revealed itself, standing on top of the walls, shaking his right hand out with amusement on his face. Good job, Sasuke Teme, you technically beat my Kage Bunshin, though he dispelled because he broke his hand on your face. But hey, who's keeping score here? XXX. The Junin were at the end of their rope. This was just too much. Guy was hunched over the rail, his head arched out towards the battle. A Kage Bunshin. He was doing that kind of damage with just one Kage Bunshin. Tsunade had a stone face on as she watched her genin fight. Now do you see? Did him running through all of your teams get the point across, or do you need more evidence to support his promotion? She faced the Junin seriously. The next time I personally endorse the promotion of one particular ninja, you'd damn sure better believe without question that there is a damn good reason for it. Kakashi was frozen in place before something ticked in his brain. I need to stop this before this goes too far. Kurenai shook her head at Kakashi. It's a little late for that, isn't it? Kakashi made a move to leave but was blocked by Asuma and Guy. What are you two doing? This can't go on any longer. Asuma sighed in a disinterested fashion. We all watched our own kids get their asses kicked, so you're staying to watch one of yours beat the crap out of the other one. Guy nodded. We all knew the stakes coming into this test. My eternal rival takes solace in the fact that this isn't a deathmatch. Tsunade raised her voice. Kakashi, stand down, do not interfere with this fight. Kakashi turned to her. Tsunade-sama, if this doesn't end soon it will escalate. They'll try to kill each other. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. If Naruto tries to kill Sasuke, then Sasuke is dead. If Sasuke tries to kill Naruto, then Sasuke will end up in the hospital. Naruto won't kill him and Sasuke isn't capable of killing him in return. Kakashi made to speak again, but Tsunade held up her hand stalling him. Just watch. What did I miss? They all turned to see Jiraiya standing in the corner. Tsunade frowned at him. How about the whole thing? This is the last fight. Naruto's been tearing through all of these kids. Jiraiya looked out to see Naruto walking slowly down the wall back into the arena. All right, well, at least I got here in time to catch one. XXX. Sasuke stood once more as Naruto strode towards him purposefully. Sasuke glared as blood dripped down his face. You aren't better than me. Sasuke launched a set of kunai at Naruto, who just shifted his body out of the way and kept walking. Sasuke smirked as he placed ninja wire into his mouth and pulled back on it. The wire surrounded and bound Naruto. Sasuke grinned maniacally. Kaiten Ryuka no Jut. Before he could finish, Naruto let out an audible sigh and coated his body in wind chakra to sever the wire before continuing his walk towards Sasuke. The Uchiha in question was utterly shocked as his wire dropped limply from his mouth, his opponent still striding over casually. A faint burning on the back of his shoulder was the least of his concerns right now. He had a juggernaut that he couldn't stop coming right for him. Naruto was whistling a jaunty tune with no expression on his face, further unnerving his dark-haired adversary. He was utterly ignoring the look of fear on Sasuke's face on the outside, but on the inside he and the Kyuubi were freaking out in laughter. Keep going, kid, just a little bit more. I swear he's about to piss his pants. Naruto kept his poker face on. I know, but what else can I do to fuck with him? I already made 2 of his best jutsu look worthless and beat the piss out of him unless he's stupid enough to try Chidori. I don't think there's any more to do to him. Oh well, time to knock him out. Naruto's footsteps might as well have been thudding off of the ground for all the good it was doing Sasuke to see him coming. His fight or flight mechanism kicked in with a vengeance. What is he? This can't be the same Naruto. Fight him, Sasuke. What, he's been overwhelming me from the start. He's stronger. You have more power than him. Let it out. Show them all your strength. I will. Give me more power. Let your rage take over. He is an obstacle to you. Remove him. Who does he think he is? I'm Sasuke Uchiha. He's a nobody. He's still the same doby he's always been. Naruto stopped his walk as he saw black marks spread across the right half of Sasuke's body. Naruto snorted. That damned seal again. I'm really starting to hate seals. Naruto saw Tsunade signal her Anbu out of the corner of his eye. Ba-chan, no, let me finish this. It's still my fight. XXX. Tsunade nodded and gave the signal to her Anbu to back off. Kakashi ran up to her. Tsunade-sama, stop the fight. Sasuke is giving in to the seal. We have to stop him. Jiraiya put a hand on Kakashi's shoulder and shook his head. Kakashi, that kid has more experience with that seal than anyone else in Konoha except Anko. He knows what he's doing. Just watch and wait. Kakashi looked out nervously at the battle down below. Sensei, what would you have done in this situation? XXX. Anko-chan, stop. Naruto noticed Anko moving to restrain Sasuke until he spoke up. Let him get up and fight. Anko looked at Naruto as if he had 2 heads. Kid, that's Orochimaru's seal. That tainted thing feeds off of his darkness and amplifies his powers. This isn't a regular fight anymore. Naruto nodded. I know, but just stay out of this for me. I can still run circles around this guy, trust me. Anko frowned and looked at Sasuke, who was rising with a sick grin on his face. Alright, Gaki. But if it gets out of hand, I'm stopping this. Naruto nodded as Anko got out of the way once more. Sasuke laughed in a crazed manner. I'm feeling pretty good right now. Dobi. Let's see you match me now with my new power. Naruto scratched his head. Well, for me to match you, new power, I'd have to hold back even more than I already am. Naruto let a vicious smirk come Onto his face. You know I really hate that seal Teme. I have ever since I first saw it, Sasuke cackled. So you were jealous of my power in the forest when you first saw it. I should have figured. So, Naruto chuckled. No, I saw it before that. You see, I was jumped by these 4 assholes from Otogakure a long time ago. I was beating them pretty easily at first, and then this other guy showed up and they all had your little demon tattoo too. Anyway, they use it and then they all start taking it to my ass. It was 5-on-1, mind you, and I barely end up getting away. The last guy to show up. I'll never forget his face. He gave me this scar. Naruto pointed to his right eye. Naruto's eyes turned cold. I can't seem to get my chance to get square with those guys, but you're here and you have it too, so you'll be a decent substitute for me to vent on. Sasuke snarled and ran at Naruto speed. Jacked up to the next level, Naruto had been holding back a bunch because the second Sasuke turned that seal on and came at him, it was like the start of the fight, only cranked up to level 11 every time Sasuke missed a punch. Naruto made him pay with shots to the body, shots to the face, and thrusts to the throat every time Sasuke threw a kick. Naruto battered his legs with elbow blocks or would parry with his fists to Sasuke's shins. Sasuke simply couldn't move fast enough to hit him, and Naruto's counters were so sharp that the Sharingan couldn't even help him. Every single one of Naruto's counters came with the intent to end the fight, and if Sasuke wasn't fighting like something reminiscent of a berserker, he probably would have dropped 10 times over by then. Sasuke pulled out a kunai and began swinging at Naruto with intent to kill. The mostly civilian crowd knew nothing about the seal or about Sasuke's lunacy and were screaming for Naruto's blood. Naruto simply kept out of reach and stung him repeatedly with counter hooks and blazing kicks to back him off. Naruto finally grabbed him by the wrist holding the kunai and began wearing his ass out with one hand occupied. He still had one hand free to wail on Sasuke barehanded and ruthlessly. Naruto's fist bounced off of Sasuke's face with every word he spoke, grunting in effort. You want my life? Naruto, content with turning Sasuke's face into hamburger, pulled him forward and punched him in the face as hard as he could, sending him rolling backwards awkwardly. You aren't enough of a shinobi to lick my boots, you spoiled power borrowing jutsu thieving piece of shit. Naruto roared at him. Get up so I can make you suffer. I hope Orochimaru can feel every second of this ass whooping I'm giving you, because we aren't done yet. Naruto fingered his sword in a manic fashion. You want to use that seal? You want to make your bed with the traitor? I'm extracting a pound of flesh for it, you stupid bastard. Sasuke stood with an insane gleam in his eye. Who do you think you are? I'm an Uchiha, you pissant. You will succumb to my power. Sasuke had electricity surging around his hand with the famous chirping noise in full effect. Sasuke began a full-on rush straight at Naruto. Die damn Uchidori 1000 birds. Naruto gave a grin that chilled the heart of even the most hardened shinobi in attendance as he set his sword in a waiting stance. Come on down, Uchiha. I've got a little friend that wants to meet you. No jutsu necessary, my friend. Sasuke rushed Naruto down and thrusted his arm. A bursting flash of sparks indicating that he made contact before coming to a stop on the other side of the whiskered blonde, a smirk on his lips. A short wind rolled through the arena as everyone was standing at attention. Naruto stood straight up and swung his sword to the side as he walked away. Sasuke stood still until blood bursted from his right arm like a sprinkler. He fell to the ground, clutching the arm that had been turned into cold cuts seemingly by Naruto's sword. Anko blocked out his wails of anguish and agony as he writhed on the ground. Anko pointed to Naruto for the final time. Shouza Naruto Uzumaki. The crowd remained silent as the only sounds going through the stadium were The billowing wind and Sasuke's cries. The medics hustled out double time to staunch the bleeding from what was remaining of Sasuke's arm and carry him to get emergency treatment. Anko caught up to him and saw an uncaring look on his face as he went to sit under the tree. Hey Anko-chan. Anko jerked her thumb in Sasuke's direction. A little much, wouldn't you say, Gaki? Naruto looked at Sasuke being carried off. Nah, builds character. He's lucky he's still even got that arm. Anko shook her head. What the hell was that anyway? You beat that jutsu with a sword? Naruto grinned up at her and showed her the bloody sword. Wind manipulation. I love my element so much, it's so efficient. Wind trumps lightning, and his control over Chidori was shit in the first place, so he never had a chance. As all of the genin that had not required hospitalization, the Junin sensei Jiraiya and Tsunade made their way over to him. Naruto was currently sitting in the shade while wiping the blade on the grass. Asuma walked up to him first. How do you know about elemental manipulation? That isn't something that a genin should know. When did you learn it? Naruto quirked an eyebrow. If I told you, it wouldn't matter because you wouldn't believe me. I can do it. I can control it. End of story. He sheathed the sword back onto his back and sat patiently. Kurenai frowned at him. You were unnecessarily brutal against your opponents. She crossed her arms under her bosom. You seriously damaged more than a few of your fellow genin. Naruto glared at her. It's called efficiency. What kind of Junin are you calling that brutal? I was going easy on them. I could have killed all of them, Sasuke included, as a matter of fact, with the exception of Sasuke and maybe Kiba. I didn't even hurt any of them that badly. So what are you on about? She glared at him and he gave her one right back. Unflinching, he stood up and tried to get around them. If you're all just going to bitch about how I fought today, then save it. I won, they lost, I owned them all. He turned to the kids close by. No offense, but come on, you've got to admit it. Kakashi stepped forward. Naruto, what you did to Sasuke? Naruto was about to open his mouth to bitch Kakashi out until he finished his sentence. I completely understand. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise as Kakashi put his hand on his head. Chidori is a killing technique. I'm sorry, I made him promise to never use it against a comrade and he tried it against you. You did what you had to in order to defend and win. The fact that you left him alive in the first place shows me you value comrades. Naruto shrugged. I don't really consider Sasuke a friend or anything, but as long as we have the same headband, I have a duty to keep him alive. What about the cursed seal? Kakashi's eye widened this time. You know what it is? Naruto nodded. I've had a run-in or two with Orochimaru to remember. He didn't need Kakashi knowing he stole information directly from Otto's base in his years prior. Jiraiya walked up. I need to do some more research on it. I still don't know how to remove it yet. Maybe if I study Sasuke's I can get some new information. Sorry, Anko. Anko nodded sadly as Kurenai rubbed her shoulder. By now the crowd was filing out, grumbling disappointedly about how the demon brat destroyed the competition. Naruto snorted. Bastards, they could have at least stayed to hear the results. Tsunade walked over and ruffled Naruto's hair much to his chagrin. Good job, Gaki, you've earned your promotion. I'm sorry, but you can't make the jump straight to Junin right from Genin. You need experience as a Chunin doing higher grade missions first. Naruto would have complained, but he needed to keep his cover. No one needed to know he had experience with elite missions, and he couldn't just use that as a bargaining chip for an unnecessary promotion. He was a Chunin now, and that was good enough for now. I understand, so I guess I'll get my vest later. Tsunade smiled at him. Good work, Gaki. I knew sticking my neck out like that for you was a good bet. Naruto grinned and began walking away from everyone to leave. If you'll excuse me, I haven't been home in a week and I need to get reacquainted with my lumpy ass mattress. If you need me, you know Where I'll be later. All of the genin that were still conscious shouted words of congratulations to Naruto, who simply waved over his shoulder and shined away. Asuma shook his head. Okay, I'm a believer that kid is scary good. He turned to Tsunade. Okay, Tsunade-sama, what are the terms of this agreement you wanted Kakashi for? Tsunade smirked. Follow me to the Hokage Tower and we'll discuss the terms. You can all come. You might find it interesting to say the least. It had been roughly 3 days since Naruto's performance at the stadium against all of the genin. Tsunade let him be for the time being because he deserved the rest. That was one reason. The other reason was that she wouldn't have him doing any more D-rank missions with Team 7 and they couldn't go on them anyway. Seeing as how Naruto had put Sasuke Uchiha on the shelf with the butchering job he had done on Sasuke's arm, this was part of the arrangement made between Tsunade and Kakashi. Naruto was no longer considered a member of Team 7. It was a good idea with Naruto having just destroyed Sasuke and Sakura in combat almost effortlessly. The team dynamics, what little there were in the first place, would have been screwed. She proposed to have him go solo and float between teams, either more experienced teams of Chunin and Junin to get field experience or the younger genin teams to give him some experience in leading teams. This actually kind of worked out in Naruto's favor for all of his want to get promoted. The fact was that while he was in Nei, he was used primarily for solo missions, things that only had him worrying about his own back and what he had to do to survive. This would allow him to learn how to fight in conjunction with others. He needed to learn how to work in a team and how to keep his comrades alive when they were with him. He couldn't argue that he wasn't ready to lead a squad of ninja as a Junin yet. He knew that, so on the morning that our story picks up from, Naruto ambled his way through the streets of Konoha on his way to the Hokage Tower to get himself a mission. The looks he ended up getting from the civilians on his usual path were the usual looks of apathy and sneers that he usually got, but when Naruto turned his own eyes onto them, they turned away from him. Naruto sighed as he drew closer to the tower. Upon entering, he made his way to the office of Tsunade, which was filled with the other Konoha genin he had fought minus Sasuke, all of their Junin sensei and the genin team from Sanagakure. Naruto raised an eyebrow at all of the people in the room. He looked at Tsunade. So what do you got for me today, Ba-chan? Tsunade threw the paperweight on her desk at Naruto, who just ducked it with a smirk. She narrowed her eyes at him. Disrespectful brat. I called you here so that you could begin getting to work helping out with the surplus of missions that we have. She looked at all of the genin in the room. Things are still kind of shaky after the invasion, but we can't turn away any of the work that comes into us. Not only is the money necessary, but we need to keep up with the view that we are strong, so genin like all of you will be getting higher ranked missions more often. Tsunade motioned for Naruto to come forward. You will start off with your Chunin duties today. You will be leading one of these teams on a C-ranked mission today, seeing as you will be the highest ranked member on whatever squad you end up taking. You will be the leader. Naruto pointed at the Suna genin. So why are they here and can I pick them? Tsunade nodded. You can pick them if that's what you want, though they aren't really a team for a mission. More like they are the mission. Naruto thought to himself for a moment. Okay, I'll go with the Suna kids. I don't really feel like fighting bandits or something right now anyway, so whatever I'm doing with them, I'll take that one. He turned to face them and motioned for them to follow him closer to the desk before he stopped in front of Tsunade. So what's the mission? Tsunade handed them a scroll from the C-ranked pile. The main reason that the Cage's children have been in Konoha for so long has been mostly as some sort of collateral while we begin talks for the treaty between our villages. Negotiations are firmly underway, so we are returning them to their village. You will escort them there and wait for Suna to finalize the treaty on their own side before you return with a scroll. From them, he looked at her in confusion. This is C-ranked, are you serious? It should at least be B. Oh well, whatever. Naruto scratched his head. So do I get a team for this or what? Tsunade shook her head. Naruto, they are a team, you plus them should be a match for pretty much anything that could attack you between here and there. Tsunade tossed Naruto a scroll that he caught wordlessly, flying solo. Okay, I guess. Naruto pocketed the scroll and turned to his selected team. All right, do you guys have everything you need for the mission, or do we need to square away some time to get you restocked before we leave? The siblings traded looks as Temari spoke up. We're ready to go whenever you are. When do we go, Naruto-san? Naruto cringed when she said his name. Just Naruto is fine. Temari, I'm not much for the honorifics. He scratched his head nervously. All right, if you guys are all ready to go, then let's head on out. No sense in wasting time. I'm sure you're all sick of staying here. As the other teams lined up to get their own assignments, Naruto led the Suna contingent out of the office and out towards the street XXX. On their way out of the village, Naruto found that while the civilians didn't particularly like him due to his thorough dissection of the entire slew of genin the other day, the ninja higher in rank gave him some respect for it. As he walked towards the target gate, he got nods of acknowledgement from the Chunin he found out on patrol. The Junin out with their genin teams, or just some of the ninja out in general. As he made his way to the western gate, the perennial gatekeepers Izumo and Kotetsu got grins on their faces upon seeing Naruto and company make their way to the gate. Naruto walked up and revealed the mission scroll given to him by Tsunade, Chunin Naruto Uzumaki, with a mission to Sanagakure alongside the Kage's children. Kotetsu nodded and marked it down on the traffic ledger. The bandage-nosed shinobi chidingly elbowed Naruto. Hey kid, good stuff. The other day at the stadium you pretty much sleepwalked through all of those kids. Naruto shrugged as he wrote down his own signature on the page. Well, we couldn't use killing force on each other. I guess they were all holding back too, but they shouldn't have. Kami knows Sasuke didn't, for all of the good it did him. Naruto handed the papers back to the two Chunin and called for the Suna genin to leave with him. As the two Chunin watched him walk away from the village, Izumo chuckled. That kid's going to get promoted before us at this rate. Kotetsu yawned as he went back inside their booth. I don't really mind too much. Let a kid with some ambition move up in rank. I'll be fine right here. Izumo sweat dropped in response to his partner's comment. So does that mean that you want to watch a gate for the rest of your career? You are one lazy bastard. Kotetsu gave a small smirk. Hey, it beats actually working for a living, doesn't it? XXX. Due to the fact that everyone here was an active ninja, they took to jumping through the trees as their method of travel. Naruto, being bored as all get out, decided to make some small talk as they made their way out of the country. So how'd Konoha treat you guys? You all look fine if you ask me. Kankuro grumbled somewhat. We wouldn't have had to stay at all if someone didn't jump us after the fight with Gaara. Naruto let a smirk play on his lips. Well, I told you all exactly what I was going to do. You weren't going to just leave, so I had to knock you all out. It's not my fault that you didn't watch your backs. Kankuro still kept his eyes narrowed at him. I still can't believe we lost so easily. You just clubbed us over the back of the head without us even noticing. Grinning back at the paint-wearing ninja, Naruto responded, I am very sneaky, sir. He dropped the grin from his face. How far is it to Suna? I've never been before. This was a lie. He had been to Suna before, but he really wanted to cover up the stuff he did in Ne around the people that didn't need to know about it unless the knowledge was necessary. Temari moved closer in their formation to speak to him. From Konoha, Suna Is about 3 days away if we keep at this speed. Naruto nodded and turned to face them. All right. We'll go for as long as you can all stand to travel. Don't worry about me, just yourselves. I might be capable of getting all the way to Suna without sleep myself. Kankuro and Temari blinked blankly at that. Gaara didn't have energy to burn like that, though this kid did beat Gaara in his full transformation after all. It couldn't really be that far-fetched. Kankuro glanced back at Gaara and whispered to Naruto, "Hey, Gaara says that you're like him. What exactly does that mean?" Naruto looked back at him in a nonchalant manner. "Oh, that I have a biju sealed inside of me like him." Naruto took note of the looks of shock on their faces minus Gaara. What did he not elaborate on what he meant when he said that? The two stunned siblings shook their heads. Temari looked back at Gaara, who nodded in affirmation. She looked up at Naruto in confusion. "Wait, why don't you have any powers or transformations like Gaara? We probably wouldn't have even known if you two hadn't said anything." The blonde boy shrugged. "I don't know, I can do some stuff with its chakra, but I don't really have any transformations or anything really scary like Gaara does to my knowledge." He then added under his breath, "unless you count the trigger." Kankuro put his nerves behind him. "This kid isn't like Gaara. He won't flat out kill us for no reason. Stop being so scared of him. He's just like me." Or Temari, "So which one do you have, if I could ask?" "You know that Gaara has the Ichibi no Shukaku." "Oh, I have the Kyuubi no Yoko in me." Naruto grinned at them all cheekily. "But you shouldn't go around spreading that. It's an S-class secret in my village. No one my age knows about it. If you do, I might just have to pop up and kill you. No big deal." The mirth in his voice couldn't indicate if he was joking about that or not. The silence brought on by Naruto's proclamation was broken by Gaara. "Of all people, how did you not end up like me?" Naruto looked at Gaara dead in his eyes and saw that he was genuinely curious about it. "Well, first of all, I ended up making contact with the Kyuubi personally and hammering out a contract of sorts between us. It can't possess me. I can use its chakra when I need to. I let it see, hear and feel what I do. There's other stuff too, but that is some of the big stuff." Gaara blinked. "I've never tried that before. Shukaku kind of just runs rampant in my mind. Even now it wants me to kill you to get even." Naruto grinned at him. "I'm so glad you've thought better of trying that." "Yeah, the contract wasn't my idea, though it was someone else's, and you say you can't even get into your head safely to make contact without Shukaku fighting for control. Your seal must suck." The siblings all looked at each other before Temari spoke up. "You know about seals?" "No." Naruto shook his head in the negative. "But I was sealed by the Yondaime Hokage, who was the best. If I haven't heard of who did yours, then they must not be nearly as good." He then scratched his chin. "That might be something to learn, though." He got a serious look on his face, but in all seriousness, "Don't go around telling people that I contain the Kyuubi. I have enough crap to deal with at home. With just the adults knowing. If the kids my age are going to know, I'm going to tell them my damn self so that no one can warp their opinions. I was supposed to be a weapon like Gaara, but I ended up getting out of it somehow." Gaara's curiosity was piqued further by Naruto's words. "You got out of it? What do you mean?" Naruto rubbed his head sheepishly. "Well, I was used for serious stuff, a lot of cloak and dagger operations, until 4 years ago when I ended up getting caught. The ones that discovered me ended up doing something to make me into that daft loud orange-wearing kid that you met at first. Fighting Gaara pulled my old killer instinct out. I thank you for that, and here we are now." Kankuro raised an eyebrow. "You don't seem too much like a weapon to me." His sister nodded in response. "You just seem like a really strong ninja kid." Naruto wagged his eyebrows at her. "I'm a sentient weapon, you could say. I don't like being all dreary when I don't have to be. When we're like This no real fighting going on. I can be normal as a ninja like me can be anyway. When the fighting starts I can just turn on the side of me that's a killer. It's kind of weird to explain. Gaara looked at Naruto. Your teammate, the way you fought him in the stadium, I thought he was precious to you. You said you got strength from defending others and yet you had no problems hurting him. Chuckles came from Naruto as he contemplated Gaara's comment. Well, maybe, but I don't really like him, so it doesn't really count that much. What I told you was true, but it was more like for the whole village than just my team. I don't even like my team. You don't like your team? Temari looked at him as if he was crazy. Then why are you on it? Why not get switched out? Naruto smiled. Well, seeing as how I'm currently doing this, it works out for me. Honestly, working with you guys so far has been more pleasant than my entire time on Team 7. No brooding, spoiled pretty boy breathing down my neck. No sensei that would rather read than pay attention to what's going on, and no pink-haired fangirl with bipolar syndrome and a hair trigger right hand. Yep, Temari-chan here is way more pleasant to be around as far as female company goes. Temari blushed while Kankuro snorted. Yeah, sure kid, just trade the hair color and the fist for a giant metal fan and you've got Temari. The girl in question looked back at her younger brother while clutching the fan on her back tightly. What was that, Kankuro? Could you repeat that for me? Kankuro rapidly shook his head while Naruto barked out a laugh. See, at least she gave you a warning. I usually didn't get those before Sakura tried to wail on me. Naruto noticed that Gaara had been staring at him for quite a while. What's wrong, Gaara? Do you need something? Gaara kept his eyes on Naruto. You are a very strange person. Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto grinned foxily at him. Well, I don't think you can talk calling me strange. You look like you want to say something though. Gaara's eyes turned back ahead as he broke eye contact with Naruto. It is nothing, Uzumaki. Naruto didn't believe him but let it slide as he kept his group jumping through the trees. If nothing else, we should reach near the border before it gets too dark to proceed any further. A group of nods and his focus was on their direction. XXX as the day winded to a close in Konohagakure, Tsunade was still at her desk going through the most unnecessary necessity the every cage was stuck doing. Of course I'm talking about paperwork. A knock at her door soon revealed Shizune. Tsunade-sama, Kakashi is here to see you. Tsunade sighed. Send him in. She flexed her wrist and hissed. Damn brat, dragging me back here. I bet he just wanted to punish me with all of this writing on so many of these useless forms to cramp my wrist so I can't hit him anymore. Honestly, shouldn't I have an entire team of secretaries to handle all of the mundane crap? I am the Hokage after all. Shizune blinked. Note to self: find out if I actually should be looking for secretaries for things like that. A yell of her name from Tsunade brought the black-haired girl back to earth. Oh, I'm sending Kakashi in now. Okay. Tsunade motioned with her hand and Shizune disappeared from the door, Kakashi appearing in her stead with Sakura in tow as they entered the room. Kakashi stood in front of Tsunade's desk. Hokage-sama, you wanted to speak to me personally about Team 7 inches? Tsunade nodded. Yes, due to Naruto's promotion and as a part of the arrangement made in case he won the entire series of bouts against the genin, I'm taking him off of Team 7 effective immediately. Kakashi's visible eye went wide. Hokage-sama, I'm aware that Naruto needs to work with others because of his new rank and everything, but why take him off of Team 7 completely? Tsunade shook her head. It's nothing that you've done, Kakashi, it's more along the lines of the team itself. She placed her chin on her hands. Do you really think that after the little show that Naruto and the Uchiha put on in the stadium, things will ever be civil again? The look on Kakashi's face showed his faith in the matter. Naruto has shown growth in maturity in leaps and bounds ever since the Chunin exam. I honestly believe that he can coexist with Sasuke and Sakura. A smirk appeared on the face of the buxom Hokage. Kakashi, you worded that like it was Naruto who got smacked around the stadium. Just as quickly as it appeared her smirk vanished. Sasuke was soundly beaten by Naruto, driven to the point that he felt the activation of Orochimaru's cursed seal was tolerable. You did warn him not to do so, did you not? Kakashi nodded. Yes, I have, along with using the Chidori against comrades, but it seems he disregarded both. Sakura felt very small all of a sudden as she saw Tsunade speaking with her sensei as if she was out of place, and indeed she was. She wasn't even leaping to Sasuke's defense or anything until the Chidori was brought up. But sensei, I saw Sasuke-kun's arm. Sasuke may have tried to use Chidori, but what about Naruto? He did something to mangle Sasuke-kun's arm. Kakashi spoke up quickly before Tsunade could. Sakura, the Chidori is an assassination technique used for only one thing, to kill Sasuke. By using that was saying that he had no qualms against killing Naruto. Naruto simply channeled elemental wind chakra to his blade and cut through the Chidori with that kind of attack. If he really wanted to, Naruto could have cleaved Sasuke in two whenever he wanted. If Sasuke was using Chidori, he fought to simply subdue Sasuke was going for Naruto's life. Chiming in at that point was Tsunade. Sasuke will heal within the next few weeks. Naruto didn't do anything permanent, but with him activating the cursed seal, I have to ask that you remain on simply D-ranked missions for the time being until I can get Jiraiya to look at it himself. Again, he left right after Naruto's matches, and it will take some time to contact him again. Kakashi nodded. Yes, Tsunade-sama, what about Team 7 inches? Tsunade sighed and turned towards the window. Well, with what has happened, I can't in good mind allow Naruto back onto your squad, at least not so soon. I'll find you a replacement in the meantime, and by the time Jiraiya gets here you should have someone for your team. Kakashi nodded. Of course, that was all I wished to speak about. Tsunade-sama, come on. Sakura, the masked Junin, led his female student out of the office as they walked out of the tower. Sakura spoke up. What about Naruto? Kakashi-sensei, he isn't on the team anymore. Kakashi looked at the setting sun. No, I'm afraid he isn't. If he was, then he would be the superior officer to you and Sasuke, and Sasuke would never accept that. His superiority complex would force him to fight any decision that Naruto would make in the field and hamper team effectiveness, and that's not even adding on to the fact that he would probably try to fight Naruto himself if he got the opportunity. No. This is for the best in this instance. XXX. Back on the trail to Suna, it was nightfall and Naruto halted progress for the evening to allow the others to rest while sending out a clone to gather fish. Naruto had started a fire and had boiled some water for a few instant ramen cups. Hey, why not? While everyone ate, they all sat around the fire until finishing the meal. He looked at the siblings and tried talking to them again. So what happened to your sensei, the guy with the veil on his face? We didn't kill him, did we? Tamari shook her head. Baki-sensei returned to Suna after the invasion failed. He was the one that found that our the cage was killed before the invasion ever even happened. Naruto looked at the others and found that neither Kankuro nor Gaara had much emotion about the matter. So what happened, if you don't mind me asking? Kankuro answered him. Orochimaru had infiltrated our village and had been masquerading as the cage for quite a while. Before the invasion, Naruto threw his ramen cup to the side. I knew about the invasion, I knew about the plan for Gaara and everything. Orochimaru had his shit planned for years. Kankuro scoffed at that. Well, if you knew, then why didn't you stop it or something? The grinning Chunin unnerved him. That's another secret that's even deeper than the whole Kyuubi thing. I will say that it's half of the reason that I ended up a loudmouth when the Chunin exams started again. I can't say thank you enough to Gaara for snapping me out of it. This confused Gaara as to why he was being thanked. Why? Thank me, Uzumaki. I tried to kill you and destroy your village. I don't understand. Naruto shook his chopsticks at Gaara chidingly before throwing them into the fire. But you didn't kill me or destroy anything, did you? All you ended up doing was giving me my fighter IQ back. That's why I'm grateful. Because if you didn't do that, who knows how I might have ended up. I mean, did you see me beforehand? Naruto shivered. It gives me the creeps just thinking about it sometimes. That brought a round of laughs from the siblings minus Gaara. Temari was still curious about some things though. Naruto, you say you're a host like Gaara. Well, how were you treated? Gaara had assassins after him since he was 6 years old. Naruto thought to himself for a moment before speaking. Well, it was kind of like him. Minus the assassinations, for the most part it was mostly people treating me like crap until I up and disappeared for a while. I just stopped caring for a while and stayed out of public when I got older. Nothing really changed. Even now I'm just now starting to get some respect in Konoha. Gaara looked at him. How did you take it? His blonde fellow container shrugged. I had a few ways. First of all, like I said, I just stayed out of public. Another reason is because I was always busy when I was a kid. I always had something to do to occupy my time. The last reason is because eventually some people actually started treating me like a real person. That was probably a big reason why. Naruto looked up at the moon. Being acknowledged positively for being you is a powerful thing when the people around you are just glad that you're alive. There's just something about that just doesn't compare to most other things. Guys like me and Gaara can relate to that. He lowered his head and noticed that all three siblings were giving him their undivided attention, sweat dropping because he really had nothing else to say. Naruto stood up. Well, you can all get some sleep. I'll stay up and keep watch first. Gaara blocked Naruto's way with his sand. Uzumaki, I will keep watch for the night. I cannot sleep anyway, so it isn't inconvenient to me. Naruto looked at Gaara and smiled at him. Sure thing, Gaara, thanks a lot. Then alright, I'm going to go drain the lizard before I go to sleep. I'll be back in a flash. As Naruto walked away and Gaara left to find an area suitable for watching over the campsite for the night, Kankuro and Temari were stunned. Kankuro looked at Gaara walking away. Did Gaara just volunteer for night watch? He never did that before. Temari watched the direction Naruto went off in. I think it has to do with that Naruto guy. Gaara's been like this ever since he fought him. Remember, he hasn't tried to or talked about killing anyone since then. As she watched him return to camp and pull out his sleeping things, she was more curious about the blonde Konoha ninja that had somehow calmed Gaara. XXX. The next couple of days found the group traveling from the woods to the desert with almost alarming transfer of landscape. The trip was pretty uneventful with the exception of some dumb bandits that thought it would be a good idea to attack a group of ninjas. They took this opportunity to let Gaara let off some steam in the form of eradicating the lot of them in a wave of sand. Poor bastards never had a chance. As they traveled, they kept up the same routine as usual, with Naruto trying to engage them in conversations to get to know them better. With Kankuro, he pretty much let slide their introduction back before the Chunin exams and started off fresh. It didn't really take long for them to start hitting it off. Kankuro had a strange sense of humor, and when coupled with Naruto's dry wit and penchant for picking with people like Gaara, usually ending up with him getting thrown by an arm of sand by Gaara, much to Kankuro and strangely Gaara's amusement. Naruto took the time traveling with them to also flirt shamelessly with Temari at first he simply took to answering her questions about how he lived and what he was used to doing as a ninja and asking her the same in turn, but that soon turned to him sidling up to her during breaks and randomly commenting on her good looks and how he'd like to take her to some place called Ichiraku whenever she came back to Konoha during their travels. She didn't use her fan to brain him for two reasons: because he did beat Gaara and then still had enough energy to capture them and jump into the fray of the invasion, so she didn't really feel like trying to incur his wrath. The other reason was because on the occasions she did try to swing at him, he dodged and then made comments on how he liked strong girls. Kankuro got a few laughs off of that, right until Temari realized that hitting Kankuro with her fan was no trouble at all. Naruto even got Gaara to talk. Sometimes, not very often, but he still got him to speak, and that was something he usually compared Biju with Gaara and inwardly bitched to Kyuubi about why the hell he couldn't get a cool defense like Gaara had. He was sick of getting his ass kicked. Anyway, the point is Naruto was quickly getting close to the Suna Genin. The fact that he didn't rub the fact that he beat them in their faces helped exponentially, and now they were traveling through the desert, edging ever closer to Sanagakure. The setting sun was actually doing very little to soothe the heat on one blonde-haired ninja. Naruto wiped his brow once again under the hot sun. Kami, this desert. Why the fuck would people live somewhere so hot? This is ridiculous. Naruto looked back at the Suna kids who were smirking at his discomfort. I'll bet you're all loving this right now, aren't you? Kankuro snorted as he stifled his laughter. Yeah, definitely. You can run through 3 teams of genin like a hot knife through butter, but a little heat and humidity and you can't take it. Naruto gave him a half-hearted glare. Watch it. Makeup boy, I'm really irritable out in this stupid heat. Kankuro growled at him. It's not makeup. Damn it, it's war paint. That. Naruto rolled his eyes. That you steal from your super hot sister. Kankuro finished his sentence. That I steal from my super hot sister. Kankuro blinked and retracted his statement. No, wait, take all of that back. A grinning Naruto looked at the puppeteer. What the, you steal makeup part? Or the, your sister is super hot part? Both. My sister isn't hot. Kankuro felt a glare from behind him from Temari and deadpanned a look at Naruto. Damn. You kid. Naruto chuckled and decided to save Kankuro from his fate. Yo, Temari-chan, how close to Suna are we? I'm kind of on blind autopilot up here. Temari lowered her ill intent towards Kankuro and looked over at the leader of the makeshift squad. We should be right on top of the village any minute now. Right on cue, as they reached the top of a dune, a massive dome-esque structure came into view, and here we are. Naruto let the others take the lead from this point on, as fighting a slew of pissed-off foreign ninja due to a misunderstanding didn't really appeal to him at the moment. As they arrived at the opening, he noticed the faint glares from the guards and rolled his eyes. Woohoo. Trading one village's glares for another, and I can't even kick anyone's ass here or I'll start a war. They made their way into the city, leading Naruto along. Kankuro turned to get his attention. Hey. The first thing we should do is let Baki-sensei know we made it back. I'll go find him. You can go with Temari and Gaara to our house until I get sensei. Naruto shrugged, as the fact that there currently was no cage meant that he couldn't really go straight to his office and give him the information on the treaty, and the council wasn't just going to be called at the drop of a hat for something that wasn't an emergency. He decided that waiting was cool. The blonde foreigner nodded and followed Gaara and Temari as they made their way through Sanagakure to their home. Naruto eventually ignored the reaction that the citizens of Suna were having towards a Konoha shinobi in their village, and took to a pastime that could draw his attention for the remainder of the trip: the watch Temari. walk and not get caught game. He had to admit Jiraiya did teach him something useful besides Rasengan. On their search for Tsunade, the ever-useful advice from the super pervert was when caught peeking at a girl in the street, do not look away as if you weren't looking at her, make eye contact. Instead, usually guys like Naruto and himself would end up staring at girls that were kunoichi, a side effect of living in a ninja village, and they could sense when they were being watched. Lying like you weren't looking makes it worse, but letting her know you were looking, just not letting her know what exactly you were looking at, is a very good way to get your looks in, and Naruto, being an old hand in espionage under Danzo, had a killer poker face. Temari could tell he was looking at her, but the fact that whenever she looked back at him to call him a pervert, he was already looking into her eyes ended up silencing her and making her quite flustered at his serious gaze. Naruto wasn't a pervert, he just had a healthy respect for the female condition. He was a growing young man just like anyone else. So what? Eventually that had to come to an end as they all arrived at the house of their family, and by house I mean big ass mansion. Naruto whistled as he walked through the gates and looked at the massive structure. It was the same color as all of the other desert buildings in Suna. It was just the biggest damn house out of all of them by far. This is your house? You guys have got a big ass house. Temari smirked as they made their way inside. We are the children of the Yondaime K's cage. Where did you think we lived? Come on and let's find you a room. As they traveled to the upper level of the mansion, Naruto was confused. Wait, I thought I would end up getting a hotel or something when I got here. I don't want to impose on you guys like this, it isn't really fair. Temari rolled her eyes while Gaara just stared at him. Uzumaki, I insist that you stay here, I won't accept anything else. Gaara then left Naruto and Temari in the hall alone. Naruto turned to his fellow blonde and pointed off in the direction that Gaara went. Did he just try to be nice and tell me he was cool with me staying here? Temari nodded as she kept leading him down the hall. Even when Naruto asked why, it's because of what you did. I think he likes talking with you. It didn't really happen much before he met you. I think he's spoken to you more than anyone else in this village. I'm okay with it too, I guess. Why? Naruto was looking around and realized this place was too rich for his blood. I did kind of get you all captured and all of that other stuff, you know. Temari waved off his excuse. It was your job. I'm just glad you didn't kill us or anything. It was an invasion after all. Naruto grinned at her. I would never. Killing such a beautiful thing like you would have been madness for me to get over after the deed was done. Naruto once again ducked a swing of her fan. That surprisingly didn't break anything in the hallway when she missed. Temari placed the fan on her back again with the faint traces of a blush on her face. She honestly wasn't used to being flirted with at all. The entire time before this, everyone had been too afraid of Gaara to even attempt to get close to her, and out of the blue here comes this kid that not only has the gall to try it but who doesn't fear Gaara because he'd already beaten Gaara cleanly once before. She had to admit it was kind of nice for a boy to talk about her like that, and it wasn't like he was bad looking. After ditching the orange jumpsuit, he was far better looking than before, and the mysterious scar on his face didn't detract from said looks at all. They came to a stop in front of a door that Temari opened for him. This will be your room for your stay. Naruto went inside and had to do a complete spin to fully take in the aesthetics of the room. This is my room. This is probably as big as my entire damn apartment. Does this room have its own bathroom? What the hell do you guys do with all of this space? Temari had a humored smile on her lips. We're rich, so anything we want would be the correct answer to your question. Naruto chuckled and began setting his things by the bed. The rest of us are down the hall if you need something. Our rooms aren't that hard to find. Naruto nodded. Okay, I guess I'll just go to sleep tonight and worry about other stuff in the morning like the scroll and all of that. No one will probably even get into gear about this until then anyway. Okay Kankuro, or I will help you with that tomorrow. She watched as he walked into the bathroom and began splashing his face with water from the sink. Good night, then Naruto, he heard her and yelled out from the bathroom. Good night Tamari-chan. As the sounds of her shutting the door rang out through the room, Naruto sighed and shut off the water before returning to flop on the bed as Tamari walked through the hall. To reach her own room she had to giggle when a familiar voice rang out shortly after she shut his door. Oh Cammy, even their bed's crap all over mine. This mission is awesome. XXX. The next day Naruto met up with the Suna Council that surprisingly showed him more respect than he had received anywhere. Prior to this, however, he chalked it up more to the fact that he was something of an ambassador in this case after that meeting, which mostly consisted of him sitting and listening to the old men bicker over how this should be taken. Baki assured him he wouldn't have to sit through something like that for the rest of his time in Suna, which brought a laugh from the boy. He and Baki eventually met up with Tamari, Kankuro and Gaara at a training ground and found Tamari obliterating the desert scape. It was then that he was blindsided with a request from the fan-wielding girl. Naruto blinked incredulously. You want me to what? Tamari leaned against her fan, staring Naruto down. I want to fight you, so come on. Naruto kept blinking at her. You against me, really? Why would you want to fight me? She huffed at him and began to walk up on him to poke him in the chest. I saw you using wind chakra and Fuuten jutsu back in Konoha. I use them too, and I want to see who is better, me or you. Naruto looked to the others for help but only saw Baki and Kankuro looking anywhere but at them. Tamari-chan, I'm not much for the casual sparring. When I spar, people get hurt and my jutsu aren't really the probing type. One only have 2 jutsu right now that don't have the potential to kill you. Tamari glared at him. So you think I can't take it? All right, now we're definitely fighting, get ready. Naruto sighed and backed up to sit down in a stance. Someone call this. Baki walked forward. The fight will end when I say, or when one of you surrenders. Ready? He got nods from both Naruto and Tamari. Hajime, Tamari wasted no time and whipped her fan out to send a massive gust at Naruto. Naruto immediately went on the move and tried closing the distance but was forced to go serpentine in his movements so that he wasn't lifted clear off of the ground. Naruto drew closer and saw Tamari swing her fan at him in an effort to end the fight. Naruto brandished his sword and blocked, sliding slightly through the sand until he gained some footing as she pushed against his sword. She realized that he wasn't budging. Why are you so strong? Naruto grinned at her. Because it's more useful than being weak. Naruto pulled his sword away and caught her fan in one hand while sheathing his sword in the other. Tamari was marveling at the raw strength it took to hold her back. This moment of awe came back to bite her as Naruto swiftly disarmed her by grabbing onto her fan with both hands and swinging away with it to throw her off as she slid through the sand and regained a standing position. She saw Naruto holding onto her fan, looking at her blankly. You want to give up? I'm really not in a fighting mood right now. Tamari gritted her teeth in anger. Stop underestimating me. She then charged in and tried her hand up close against him. Naruto sighed and threw the fan aside as the sandy blonde girl got ever closer. Tamari threw a series of punches that Naruto swiftly swatted aside. However, he didn't want to counter and injure her, so he stayed on the strictly defensive. Tamari was getting progressively angrier at her inability to injure Naruto. Apparently the guy that had been hitting on her for 3 days and the guy that she was currently in conflict with actually did exist in the same body at the same time. Seeing that during their short skirmish she had gotten her back to her fan. She broke off and picked it up, unfurling it with a smirk. Now what are you going to do? Naruto pointed at her fan. You're going to be dead in like 5 seconds, just so you know. She looked at her fan to see a slow-burning explosive note attached to it, and hurriedly threw it away just in time to see a small puff go off on her fan as she turned back to Naruto. She had no time to react before she was on her back looking up at the sky with a kunai at her throat. She blinked and realized Naruto was pinning her down with a kunai at her throat, but what? Naruto looked at Baki, who announced his victory, and he helped her up. She dusted herself off and went to retrieve her fan. It was a dud. Naruto nodded. Well, yeah, did you really think I was going to blow you and your fan up just for a spar? He took her fan and dusted off the soot from his note. Before handing it back to Mari, snatched it back heatedly and placed it on her back. You completely destroyed me. I never had a chance. She clenched her fists. I'm weaker than I thought I was. Naruto shook his head as they met back up with the others. It's not that you're weak, it's that I'm not a genin. Hell, I shouldn't even be a chunin. You're chunin level from what I saw during the exams. But I'm a hard guy to fight. Kankuro patted Tamari on the shoulder. I told you it wouldn't have been a good idea to fight him. Why do you think I didn't? Tamari glared at him. Because you're a lazy bastard, maybe. Kankuro frowned. No, this guy beat Gaara. We didn't have a chance against him, not yet anyway. I want to try, but I know that I'll lose if I do, so there's no need. Naruto scratched his head and tried to walk away. This is why I didn't want to spar. No matter how I handled it, I was going to hurt your feelings, and I didn't want to do that. He turned back momentarily. I like hanging out with you guys. The idea of me doing nothing but spending time with Junin and other adults just because I can fight doesn't really work for me, so I don't want to squash everyone in my age group and make them feel inferior, but it's the only way I know how to train or fight full blast. He gestured to the training ground. Even when I hold back, it ends up like that. Turning back towards town, he waved back. I'll get my stuff out tonight and get a room somewhere. My business here should be done within the week. He shunshined away, leaving Team Baki out on the training grounds in his wake. XXX. Roughly 30 minutes later, Naruto shut the door to the mansion to leave just in time for Tamari to grab him and drag him back inside by the back of his shirt. Kankuro and Baki sweat dropped at her display and went about their business. Tamari dragged Naruto up the stairs and back into his guest room before finally dropping him. Naruto stood up and shook himself off. Any particular reason you just dragged me through your house like I was your battle fan? Tamari crossed her arms and sat on his bed. You're not leaving like that, not because of a simple spar. A quirked eyebrow from Naruto let her know his mindset on it. You were just pissed off at me about the fight, and you still want me here? Tamari rolled her eyes. Duh, Naruto, I was mad, yes, but I had just lost decisively. What was I supposed to be happy that you kicked my ass? That's not a reason to want to kick you out. That would be petty, especially since I was the one that made you fight. Her eyes narrowed, however. But you did humiliate me out there, and you owe me for that. Naruto gripped his hair. Humiliated you? Who else saw it but your team and me? Her eyes softened after that as she looked at him with a smile. You owe me, and you're taking me out tonight. She stood and walked over to him, looking him in the eyes. Nothing big, just to get something to eat, but you will be paying. She walked out of his room but reappeared at the doorway. But it's not a date. With that, she left him alone in the room. Naruto chuckled to himself. Now that's my kind of girl. I kick her ass and then she wants to date me because of it. XXX. That night, Naruto had asked her where she wanted to go, and she ended up choosing a simple diner, nothing expensive or anything. It was kind or spur of the moment. The meal was spent with the two of them continuing to talk about their ninja lives. Tamari had a good time learning about the strange blonde, and he simply had a blast enjoying the company of a girl that seemingly wanted to spend some time with him. Temari folded her hands and set her chin on them. I watched the last couple of fights that you had. For some reason you really had it out for the Uchiha. Boy, what was that all about? By the way, Naruto had set down the money for their meal on the check. I hate auto shinobi so much. Long story short, they were the ones that gave me the scar on my face. Among other things, I disliked them immensely, and Orochimaru's cronies with those damn seals on their bodies are the ones I hate the most. He paused to calm himself down. I didn't really like Sasuke that much anyway. There was always some kind of underlying animosity, but seeing him actually using that damned thing pissed me off so much I couldn't take it. Naruto looked at her with a smirk on his face. Who uses something that an infamous S-ranked nuke nin with crimes against humanity on them gives him anyway? That really isn't the smartest thing you could do. Temari laughed slightly. True, I thought he was a genius, wasn't he? Naruto laughed in return. Yeah, I guess, but they throw that term around a lot in Konoha. I swear every year another genius ends up rolling out of the academy and gets pegged as the second coming of the Yondaime Hokage or something. It's ridiculous. Temari had a smile on her face as their check and cash were taken by the waitress. Well, what about you? What does that make you? You're way better than anyone our age that I've ever met. Naruto shrugged in his seat. I wouldn't call myself a genius, that's for sure. I actually had to train my ass off to get what I've got, and I'm still nowhere where I should be. There are some dangerous people out in the world, and I've made some powerful enemies that I still need to prepare for. Temari put her hand on his and smiled at him. Well, I know you'll be ready when the time comes to fight. You're a strong person. Naruto smiled back at her. Thank you, Temari-chan, that means a lot to me. XXX. After a short walk around the night-lit village, Naruto escorted the girl to her bedroom door and bid her good night. Even getting a kiss on the cheek for his chivalry. Naruto smirked all the way back to his room, where he sensed someone's presence. Flipping his lights on, he saw the youngest member of the household standing in the corner of the room waiting. Uzumaki. Naruto got over his surprise and returned the greeting. Hello, Gaara, what are you doing in here? What's up? Gaara stayed in his place as his eyes stuck on Naruto. How was your evening with my sister? Naruto felt the sweat roll down his back at the intent of Gaara's tone. He may have beaten him once before, but last time they weren't fighting in a desert either, so he didn't really feel like scrapping with him again. It was great. Temari-chan is awesome. We had a good time. Gaara nodded and made his way out of the room. Very good. And Uzumaki, if you hurt my sister I will kill you, not Shukaku me. Naruto blinked as Gaara's presence left before a door down the hall shut. Did Gaara just pull the protective brother card on me? Naruto shook his head and started getting ready for bed. This mission is weird. XXX. The next day, Naruto received the scroll from the council with their offers to Konoha for a treaty with the bulk of his mission completed. Naruto bid each of the siblings goodbye at the gate. He shook Gaara's hand, bumped fists with Kankuro, and got a hug and a kiss from Temari. That last one spurred him to a blush as he sputtered out a goodbye and turned to return to Konoha through the desert. Temari smirked at his reaction while Kankuro laughed heartily at the super strong kid getting so flustered. Naruto took off through the dunes to return to Konoha for his next assignment. Little did he know how important this next one would be to him personally. Naruto had cut a hellacious pace through the desert and was out of K's no Kuni in one day. The trip through the forests of High no Kuni were much easier for him, thus his pace picked up and he stopped for the night only a few hours away from Konohagakure. The next morning he barreled into the village dodging civilians and took to the rooftops to arrive at the Hokage Tower swiftly so he could rest or get another mission before it got to be the afternoon. As he got close to the door, he saw Shizune running all about the tower with a frantic look on her face. Raising an eyebrow at her behavior, he tried to get her attention. Shizune-chan, you're moving kind of fast this morning, aren't you? He noticed that she looked somewhat fatigued. Is there something wrong? You look like you barely slept, if you even did at all last night. Shizune stopped and looked at him, eyes widening when she saw it was him. Naruto-kun, thank goodness you're here. You got done fast. Whatever, Tsunade-sama needs you now. Shizune grabbed and shoved Naruto into her office and shut the door before he could even speak. He rubbed his arm. Damn, Shizune-chan. Grip. Naruto looked at Tsunade's desk to see her drinking sake and looking down at some kind of papers. Naruto fished in his pocket and walked up to her desk to place the scroll from Suna down. Tsunade's head snapped up as she had just noticed Naruto right then, and her eyes lit up. Naruto. This once again confused him. Yes, me. Are you and Shizune feeling okay? Ba-chan, you never call me Naruto to my face and you're both freaking out about something. Tsunade grabbed Naruto by his cheeks and pulled him halfway over the desk, scaring the crap out of him. Tsunade shook him. I need you to go back up a team. Naruto looked confused. Now damn, I just got back. What is it, and who am I going to meet up with? Tsunade let go of him and sat down. I know it's sudden, but I sent out a team of genin to retrieve Sasuke Uchiha from a group of Auto ninja sent to take him to Orochimaru. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Did he leave with them or did they kidnap him? Tsunade shrugged. We don't know, but either way we can't let Orochimaru have the Sharingan. That would be catastrophic for Konohagakure. She sighed and looked at him seriously. Naruto, I'm sorry to send you out so soon after you got back, but your next mission will be to give assistance to the retrieval team of Chunin Shikamaru Nara and his squad, consisting of Genin Neji Hyuga Kiba Inuzuka Choji Akamichi and Rock Lee. Naruto took on a stone-like visage and nodded. Hi Hokage-sama. Tsunade blinked in surprise. Pretty professional brat. Naruto didn't flinch. There's a time for being goofy, now isn't the time. I'll leave on your call. Tsunade nodded. Go and hurry and catch up with them. Orochimaru wouldn't have sent anyone weak to bring Sasuke to him. I would send a team with you, but we don't have anyone on reserve right now. I'm sure you can tell. Due to such a high-profile retrieval team being made of genin and a newly promoted chunin, she remembered something before he could exit. Naruto, wait. He turned in time to catch a bag with a few soldier pills in it. Take care of yourself, brat. Don't go overboard out there and help those kids get out alive. I'll send backup as soon as I can. Naruto saluted Tsunade with a smile and left the office and building in a hurry to rush to his former classmates' aid. Naruto tore through the town at a breakneck pace, completely bypassing the gate altogether in a yellow and red blur. Sakura, who had been sitting under a tree nearby the gate ever since the retrieval team had left early that morning, had gotten a glimpse of the figure in red and yellow causing all of the ruckus throughout town. And Naruto. As he took to leaping through the trees, Naruto went off in the general direction of Ta no Kuni, hoping to quickly pick up a trail from either the retrieval team or the squad of Auto ninja they were in pursuit of. Eventually he came upon a clearing that looked as if it had been the site of a small battle. He surmised that he had to be heading in the right direction, so he simply went on autopilot and prepared for battle as he raced to catch up. XXX Choji was at the end of his rope. Taking 2 of his family's secret pills wasn't enough to finish this guy off, as even when he attempted to squash him with a full-on body press after he used Chobeikan no Jutsu super multi-size jutsu, the guy just let the strange marks on his body transform him into some kind of red demonic looking creature with wild orange hair. Choji watched as the powerful ninja edged ever closer with a smirk on his face to end his life. Choji looked at the case of food pills he had brought, seeing the 2 empty slots and the one that had just 1 red pill inside, the red chili pill. When I take this, it should be enough to finish him off, but afterwards. Choji steeled himself and lifted the case close to him, mouth to pop the pill. Hirobo's eyes widened as he saw that Choji had 1 more of those twice damned pills still on him, and as he prepared to rush him to kill him before he could take it, a sharp slicing feeling across his body sent him flying back as he watched his own blood fly through the air. Choji held back on taking the pill as he heard a massive body hit the ground hard. Sitting up, after much effort on his part, he saw a familiar face holding a bloody sword, and Naruto. Naruto looked up at him with his eyes full of fury, softening them upon seeing the state Choji was in. Choji, how are you feeling? Choji snapped out of his thoughts of how he was just saved. I'm fine, Naruto. But this guy is strong. I'm really glad you're here. I almost ended up taking the last of my pills to beat him, but now we can both take him out. Choji then slowly stood up. Naruto walked over to Choji. Do you have any soldier pills on you? Choji felt around on his person before he remembered. No. This guy caught us and drained our chakra at first. Before I broke off to fight him, I gave everyone else my pills. Sorry. Naruto reached into a bag tied to his hip and tossed Choji a pill. Tsunade Bakken gave me a bag in case of something like this. Choji nodded and took the pill, noticeably perking up afterwards. Good, you're better now. Go and catch up to the others in case they need help. Choji widened his mouth in shock. Naruto, this guy is tough. We can take him out together and move on. It would be way easier. Naruto nodded. Yeah, but he broke off from his squad to fight you first. That means that the others with him are stronger. The others might need your help. I'll finish up here and catch up to the rest of you. I'm your backup after all. Now go, trust me. Naruto had a reassuring smile on his face. Choji looked apprehensive for a moment before turning to head off in the direction of Shikamaru's squad. Naruto turned back to Hirobo, smile utterly vanishing from his face as he was hit with a wave of deja vu. Hirobo angrily stood up and wiped the blood dripping from the wound on his chest, glaring murder at Naruto. You pathetic trash. You think just because you replaced the fat one that you can make a difference? You're all going to die. Naruto stayed staring at Hirobo. There was something that just wasn't hitting him at the moment. I wouldn't be calling anyone fat if I were you, Chubs, but there's something about you that is picking at my brain. Hirobo began slowly stalking Naruto down. All of you brats are going to die the moment I activated Orochimaru-sama's cursed seal. Your life was forfeit. Naruto's eyes slowly widened. Cursed seal. Cursed seal. Cursed seal kit. It's one of them. Kyuubi was buzzing with bloodlust at one of the orchestrators of Naruto's lost years. Naruto's eyes blazed with anger at Hirobo. Cursed seal, you're one of those 5 sons of bitches that cut me all up in Ta no Kuni 4 years ago. Hirobo looked at Naruto as if trying to remember a blonde kid with a scar on his face until finally realization hit. Hirobo laughed raucously as his memory was piqued. You're almost as much of a pipsqueak now as you were back then. Hirobo mocked Naruto's scar. That didn't heal too well, did it? He laughed loudly at his own little joke. I only saw you without your mask after it was mostly cut through, but that shock bright blonde hair and your short little ass brought the memory right back to me. Naruto smiled grimly. I'm glad you find it so funny. I'm glad your last thought can be one that you find pleasant, because I'm going to fuck you up right now. Hirobo broke out in laughter. And how are you going to do that? You do remember what happened last time, don't you? There are quite a few differences between this time and last time. Naruto held up one finger. Last time you all had the drop on me and I was under mass pursuit. He held up a second finger. And last time it was 5-on-1. Naruto vanished from sight and slashes began appearing all over Hirobo's body, sending blood all over the place. Hirobo tried to make use of his massive strength to make contact with Naruto to put him away with one clean shot, but in this case it was more like a person trying to focus on the squiggly line of light at the corner of their field of vision, as Naruto was far too fast to be caught by one of the lumbering heavyweight's strikes after getting kicked in the ribs and feeling what was left of his wind leave his body. Hirobo was huffing and puffing hard. This guy, Orochimaru-sama said, with this seal I would be unbeatable against ninja like this leaf trash. Naruto had a mental smirk going as he drew closer to Hirobo. I'm glad Choji softened this guy up so well. At this rate I won't even need to use any jutsu to win. How embarrassing. Oh well, payback is a motherfucker. Hirobo had a fire relit under him as Naruto strode closer and put everything he had in one punch that Naruto ended up cutting straight through with his wind-enhanced sword right up to the elbow, splitting the arm like a peeled banana. Hirobo howled in agony as Naruto continued to dice him up, cutting both of his Achilles tendons, sending the large boy to the ground in a bloody mess. Hirobo willed his one good limb to move before Naruto drove a sword through it, pinning it to the ground as he stomped on his chest hard, sending Hirobo sitting up somewhat, but this was just so Naruto could plant a nasty punt right under his chin that should have decapitated him or disconnected his neck from his spine had he not been cursed. Seal-enhanced Hirobo coughed up a glob of blood and hacked painfully as Naruto pulled his sword out of Hirobo's arm and poised himself to deliver the final strike. Naruto stood over him and looked down with cold eyes. Any last words before I send you to get boned by the devil in hell? Hirobo had a cocky look on his face even through all of the blood and dirt covering him. He spit blood out to the side and looked up at Naruto. Yeah. You may have beaten me, but everyone else on my team is stronger than me and they all have this curse mark just like me. Naruto stayed his hand for a moment as a strange gleam came into his eye. Your team wouldn't happen to have a pale kid with faggy lipstick, a redhead that curses every other word, and a guy with like 4 extra arms, would it? Hirobo was confused by his sudden change in tone. Yeah, it's the same team that expelled you from Otogakure 4 years ago. *squeltch ching *whoosh *q simple upbeat piano jaunt. Oh no, oh no, oh no, yo yo yo. Naruto rushed rapidly through the trees to catch up with the retrieval team post haste. As he leapt through the branches, a devilish smirk played on his lips and a manic gleam lay in his eyes as his fingers twitched excitedly to catch up with them again. Oh no, you didn't. Suka tried to play me, but you never paid me. Never. Oh no, you didn't pay back as a coming. You will be running forever. Naruto's thoughts drifted to how the base of Orochimaru was in an uproar after Jiraiya's exit and how he was eventually discovered before he could make his own escape. Oh no, you didn't. Until I get my vengeance I will never end this mayhem. Oh no, you didn't. I'm a leaf shinobi. You ain't got a prayer you owe me. Oh no, you didn't. He remembered the dogged pursuit by 4 different ninja dressed in Orochimaru look-alike purple belts and how eventually he was forced to stop and fight them. Despite their unique skill sets, he still had the upper hand easily over them. All harmonic chorus. Oh no you didn't. Oh no you didn't. Oh no you didn't. Oh no you didn't you? Oh no you didn't pay me what you owe me, so now it's over for you. Papa 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 papa. Yeah. Papa 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 papa. Yo yo, check it Out. Naruto then thought of how the white-haired guy with the bones as a weapon jumped in right as he was winning against all four of his pursuers. He willed them to activate their cursed seals and they began to overwhelm him. The white-haired guy even ended up shooting bones at him. He growled and gritted his teeth as he continued to run. Oh no, you didn't. First you tried to trap me, then you bust a cap in my ass. Oh no, you didn't. Such humiliation would bring annihilation at last. He thoughtfully traced the scar over his eye and clenched his fist so hard that it drew blood. Oh no, you didn't. It will be delicious when I get vicious tomorrow. Oh no, you didn't. There's no second chances. You will do the dance of sorrow. Oh no, you didn't. Harmonic chorus. Oh no, you didn't. Oh no, you didn't. Oh no, you didn't. Oh no, you didn't. Didn't you? Oh no, you didn't pay me what you owe me, so now it's over for you. Papa 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 pa. What a fool. Papa 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 pa. All right, come on. Oh no, you didn't. Better watch your back, boy. Keep running. This ain't just a game. I'll never stop coming. I got my arsenal. I put out the call, and when I finish, you'll be a rag doll. Naruto remembered a desperate retreat to Ta no Kuni's borders that had him perpetually plagued by assaults from any combination of the 5 powered-up auto ninja, the last of which almost ended up getting at least his right eye when the guy with the bones pulled out a blade from his body and slashed Naruto across the face deeply during the fight, only ending with him escaping due to a well-timed explosive tag. A lot of luck and pumping the Kyuubi's chakra to his legs for hours until he collapsed in a pool of his own blood after crossing the border a decent distance, conveniently being the last cognizant thought he had as a member of Ne Fool tried to diss me. Now you're gonna wish you were dead. Oh no, you didn't. After I deliver, your blood will be a river of red. Oh no, you didn't. Better beware when no one's there to defend you. Oh no, you didn't. So many ways to kill. It's gonna be a thrill to end you. Naruto shivered in anticipation as he sensed multiple signatures up ahead and saw a lot of white webbing. Oh no, you didn't. Harmonic chorus. Oh no, you didn't. Oh no, you didn't. Oh no, you didn't. Oh no, you didn't. Didn't you? Oh no, you didn't pay me what you owe me. So now it's over for you. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, Kyuubi. Chill the fuck out. I'm trying to get my mind right before I start fighting again. Naruto had his hands on his head trying to shake out the song. Kyuubi sheepishly stopped singing within Naruto's mindscape. Sorry kid, but I've wanted this just as badly as you have for just as long. How lucky you are that this ended up being conveniently dropped into your lap. You need to give that old hag a kiss or a bottle of her blasted alcohol when you get back to Konoha. For this one, Naruto saw Neji and his opponent up above him in the trees, conveniently being the guy with 6 arms. Neji retreated to the ground where he began to throw gold-colored weapons at Neji, who was using Kaiten to defend against them. As Neji rotated and avoided the weapons, Naruto snuck around the battlefield. Neji is fine as long as this guy is messing with him with his little punk ass throwing knives, then I can just kill him and be done with it. Naruto skulked to the upper levels of the forest while the fight continued down below. By now a giant spider had been summoned and was producing tons of tiny little spiders to wrap Neji in webbing, but he fought them all off with Hake Hyaku Nijihachi Sho 8. Trigrams 128 palms. Naruto saw the black marks that had been spread across Kidomaru's body for quite some time as he stepped his game up and decided now was as good a time as any to finish him. Naruto pulled out a kunai and threw it at Kidomaru before pushing his own hands together. Fuuten Rapusho Wind Release Violent Wind Palm. The added boost from the wind jutsu sent the high-speed weapon straight into the base of Kidomaru's skull with a dull wet, thunk noise. Buried up to the ring, Kidomaru's confident smirk turned to a death rattle as the markings from his Cursed seal receded and he fell from his place in the trees lifelessly. Naruto grinned to himself and punched the air in victory as he whispered, "Boom, headshot." Neji breathed a sigh of relief as he watched Shikamaru's corpse drop before he deactivated his Byakugan. "You can come out, Naruto, I saw you. While we were fighting I didn't think you would sneak up on someone that strong though." Due to deactivating his all-seeing eyes, Neji never saw Naruto suddenly appear from his blind spot when just a second sooner he had been in front of him. "I am afraid that you are underestimating the sneakiness, sir." Naruto dropped from the canopy, frightening the genius to find Neji not very worse for wear. Naruto smirked at Neji as they walked closer. "Thanks for holding his attention. Have you been fighting long?" Neji recollected himself and shook his head. "No, I don't think we're too far behind either. I assume you defeated Choji's opponent for us when you let him go after us." Naruto motioned for Neji to follow him as they took off into the woods again to give chase to their comrades. XXX Naruto and Neji landed with Shikamaru and Choji looking at their two opponents. Naruto looked over at the gritted teeth on the face of Shikamaru. What happened? Shikamaru wasn't surprised to see Naruto as Choji told him Naruto had freed him up from his own fight, Kiba. He and one of the auto guys went over the cliff into the water. Naruto nodded. "Neji, go find Kiba and help him out. He and Akamaru wouldn't die off of something so simple. Follow the river." Neji nodded and jumped off. Shikamaru breathed a slight sigh of relief. "Okay, but another guy showed up and took the barrel holding Sasuke away. Rock Lee was fast enough to get away and give chase." Naruto raised an eyebrow. White hair, weird marks above his brow. After blinking for a few seconds, Shikamaru nodded. Yeah, how did you know?" Naruto chuckled. "I'm just good like that." Tayuya was getting upset with all of the talk going on. "Hey, what are you three cocksuckers doing over there?" Naruto cleaned out his ears. "Wow." Her mouth got even dirtier over the last couple of years. Tayuya squinted at the new arrival. Her mental capacities were quicker than Hirobo, and if you were one of Orochimaru's elite bodyguards you tend to remember the people that end up taking it to your ass in a fight. She raised her finger and pointed at him with a look of fury on her face. You fucking spying son of a bitch, why the fuck are you here?" Naruto grinned at her darkly. "Aside from trying to get my payback on you fuckers, I'm backing these guys up." "Unlucky you backed the wrong horse when it came to Orochimaru. Now I think I'd pay you back for the shit all of you fucks tried on me back in the day. But your bony friend is my real issue." Tayuya shook in fright before stealing her resolve. "None of you Konoha shit stains are getting past me." Tayuya began playing her flute. Naruto noticed Choji and Shikamaru beginning to fall under it, and he rushed her quickly with a shrill tweet of the air in her lungs rushing into the flute. Following a punch to the body, Naruto began battering Tayuya with savage taijutsu combinations. She was no slouch up close, being one of Orochimaru's elites, but Naruto was too fast and too strong for her to take on without her seal, and he wasn't giving her a chance to activate it. With the ferocity of his attack, he battered her swiftly. Anywhere he could hit her he fought furiously, due to the fact that he knew how dangerous her genjutsu could be and that the others couldn't break them as easily as he could. After all, who else had a demon with near infinite power inside them to help break illusions? Naruto eventually snatched the flute from her hands and backhanded her to the ground. Tayuya tried to rise quickly but went nose to edge with Naruto's blade. She looked up into his eyes. If I even feel your chakra start to spike to use that fucking seal, I'm gonna start cutting stuff off. Chill out." Tayuya glared up at him. "Does this make you feel like a man, you dickless blonde-haired fuck? Do you like what you're doing to us?" A slightly chilling glance from Naruto made her subconsciously shiver, well considering the events that preceded it. I would think that sweet vengeance would be necessary. Luckily for you, I need something from your team and you're lucky enough to be the one chosen for it. Naruto grinned mischievously at her. Prisoner says what? To Yuya looked confused. Wah! Naruto slapped her hard across the back of her head with the blunt side of his sword and pulled out some ninja wire. He quickly hogtied her tightly and turned to Shikamaru and Choji. Take her back to Konoha and get her locked up. I'll keep going in. Get Rock Lee out of his situation. The guy he's chasing is stronger than all of these other guys combined. Naruto then stopped and looked at him sheepishly. Sorry, I'm kind of running your show here. You're the leader of this squad and everything. Shikamaru and Choji walked over with Choji hoisting to Yuya's unconscious body over his shoulder. Shikamaru chuckled. Well, you do technically have seniority over me, even if it is only by like a week or two, and you're the strongest out of all of us. You go and finish the mission. Neji will find Kiba and help him, and we'll take her back to Konoha. Naruto saluted Shikamaru and jumped off, heading towards the border of Hai no Kuni and Ta no Kuni. Once more XXX. Naruto stopped in a clearing in the forest where he saw Lee doing pretty well against Kimimaro until Kimimaro started shredding him with his rib bones. As Kimimaro moved in to finish off Lee, he was forced to jump back after a slash from Naruto. Naruto stood protectively in front of Rock Lee with his sword drawn. It looks like you're still the best one out of all of them. The rest of them didn't dodge my first attacks. Kimimaro scoffed at Naruto. Don't compare me to the trash that preceded you. I am Orochimaru-sama's former choice for a vessel. Naruto snickered. Former choice? What happened? Did he come a little too hard for you and rupture your rectal cavity one night or something? Kimimaro's eye twitched as Rock Lee stood back up. It is good to see you, Naruto-kun. This opponent is most vexing to combat. Naruto looked behind him and smiled slightly. Hey fuzzy eyebrows, good to see you up and about again. Naruto noticed a broken barrel at the edge of the field. Lee, where is Sasuke? Lee frowned at Naruto's last sentence. That is what I find truly strange. Naruto-kun. Sasuke-kun emerged from the barrel not too long ago and then started laughing most unyouthfully. When I thought he would turn back to Konoha, he just kept going out towards the border. That's just great, Naruto. Ah well, even if Sasuke pulls that stupid seal out, Rock Lee can beat him, I'm sure of it. Naruto palmed his forehead and slid his hand down his face. Fuck Rock Lee. Go get Sasuke, I'll fight this guy. He and I have a bone to pick with each other anyway. No pun intended. Go stop Sasuke by any means necessary. Go, Asu. Rock Lee saluted Naruto and took off into the forest. Naruto turned back to Kimimaro, who looked at Naruto in recollection. I remember you. You are the vermin from Konoha that was discovered trespassing in Orochimaru-sama's lair years ago. I will now rectify my mistake of not finishing you off as my last act for Orochimaru-sama before my life is over. Naruto looked at him thoughtfully. You're dying and killing me is the last thing that you want to do before you go. So be it. I owe you for what you did to my face and my body 4 years ago. I killed 2 of the others, captured 1, and the other is probably being killed by the others as we speak. I still wish I could take a swing at that cross-dressing piece of crap. Kimimaro pulled a bone sword from his arm and held it out in a stance. You think that I care that you could kill those other useless pawns? Orochimaru-sama has no need for weak tools. Naruto drew his own sword and had to get one last jibe in before the fight started. Well then, I guess he won't be missing you too much, because if losing to me makes you weak, then you're going to be considered a weak pawn soon enough. Kimimaro narrowed his eyes and rushed in, showing Naruto his speed for the First time in years coming in with sudden thrusts and slashes, the two traded blade strikes with Kimimoro's being faster and more precise and jabbing, and Naruto's being flowing, moving from swing to a block, dodge or parry like water. Kimimaro simply slipped out of the way of Naruto's blade and came back with his own attacks. The two couldn't seem to cut the other in the fracas of their movements. Kimimaro gripped his sword tightly. He's still just as fluid with his sword as he was back then. He looked at his weapon of choice. I hope Tsubaki no my dance of the camellia is enough to defeat him. Naruto shifted his own sword around in his hands to loosen up. Quickly sheathing his sword, he forms a mass of cage bunshin that then draw their swords. The original Naruto draws his own and points it at Kimimaro. I'm trying to shy away from the strategy of just swarming my enemies with cage bunshin, but for you I'll go with the old strategy. In my mind there is no such thing as overkill. Naruto signals his copies forward to engage Kimimaro. At once he valiantly fended off Naruto's multiple clones, dispelling a few, but mostly when it came to this jutsu Naruto knew they were disposable, so a few clones were nothing. He could just keep on spamming them indefinitely. Eventually Naruto's cage bunshin ended up disarming Kimimaro, and they quickly swarmed him before popping sounds rang out in rapid succession as the clones backed away. Naruto saw that Kimimaro had exposed sharp points from his palms, shoulders, knees and elbows. Naruto signaled his cage bunshin to try and attack again, but with this new tactic from Kimimaro, Naruto was sending them into a buzzsaw. Kimimaro drifted through them all. Every movement around the bodies he made seemed to cut into them, even when it looked like he wasn't trying. Simply running while using this technique seemed treacherous to his foes. Naruto noticed the last of the bunshin getting dispelled, and he readied his own body for combat. Kimimaro came in spinning wildly with his sharp spines. Naruto had to dodge for his life to avoid a deadly whirling dervish from Kimimaro. Naruto kicked him in his body, which was wide open during his assault, and began attempting to slash at Kimimaro in response to his most recent dance. Kimimaro kept out of Naruto's reach, showing that he was the better man in close-range combat. Naruto knew from the last time that they fought that even though Kimimaro had an absurd amount of support, he far outclassed Naruto with hand-to-hand combat. This was sort of a problem for Naruto. He was a close to mid-range specialist, and that just wouldn't do against Kimimaro, who wouldn't be easy to beat in close. Naruto stormed back in, as did Kimimaro. Kimimaro attempted a vicious sweep, the knee bone sticking out, to try and cut Naruto off at his kneecaps. Naruto brought his blade down to block and ended up having to jump back and avoid the other spikes sticking from his enemy's body. Kimimaro kept spinning low as he moved closer to Naruto at a ridiculous speed for being so close to the ground. Naruto eventually timed his spins and hit Kimimaro in his exposed head with a sick low dropkick that snapped Kimimaro's head back hard, sending him sprawling out on the dirt and grass. Naruto took advantage of his situation and kipped up to his feet from his back to an absurdly high height, thanks to the use of chakra to enhance his already considerable strength, to finish Kimimaro with a vicious double stomp to his prone frame from above. Naruto's feet were caught just inches from contact of crushing Kimimaro's ribcage. By his ribcage, Naruto found one of his feet stuck in the extended ribcage of the bone-wielding shinobi. Naruto tried to pull his leg free and ended up making eye contact with him. Kimimaro looked up at him blankly. Karamatsu no my dance of the larch. Kimimaro latched on to Naruto's leg with his arms as well and rolled over sharply. Naruto gritted his teeth as a pop sound signifying an injury to his ankle rang out in both his and Kimimaro's ears. Naruto rolled away after freeing his limp ankle, and Kimimaro followed him, rolling also, only with even more sharp spines protruding from his body like a human combine harvester ripping up ground with every inch that he rolled. Naruto couldn't stand up with his ankle utterly dislocated and Kimimaro was dead set on rolling him over. Naruto, in a last-ditch effort to create some space, brandished his sword and stabbed it into the ground between himself and Kimimaro, who managed to get his bones tangled into the blades. Naruto used this time to roll away quickly and realign his ankle into place with a quick snap, letting out a silent yell as he allowed the bone to reset with not a sound as Kyuubi's regenerative properties worked their miracle powers on quickly making his leg usable. Naruto stood just as Kimimaro freed his spikes from Naruto's sword by retracting them. Naruto pointed at Kimimaro heatedly, "You are a bastard, you know that, with your bones and your stupid bone defense crap." Even though he sounded angry, Naruto's face showed no anger, only focus and determination on the task at hand, which impressed Orochimaru's loyal soldier. Lifting his hands up at Naruto, he fired bones from his fingertips. Naruto had dropped his sword to make a hasty escape earlier, so he pulled shuriken in a kunai from his pouch. He deflected a few bones with the shuriken and used the kunai in his hand to bat away the rest. In a risky move, Naruto rushed at Kimimaro, kunai in his grip to attack. Kimimaro was once again shocked by the vicious nature of Naruto's attack. Naruto swiped at Kimimaro furiously, routinely switching hands and rolling the weapon in his fingers to attack from awkward angles. Naruto brought up a random axe kick that collided down on Kimimaro's shoulder. Naruto then drew another kunai and placed it between his toes, securing it double tightly under his sandal strap as he now began using his hands and feet to slash at the last of the Kagaya clan. The Auto Elite was hard-pressed to defend against such an unorthodox attack, and just when Kimimaro thought he had seen the full extent of Naruto's skill, he pulled out a third kunai and tossed it high into the air. While he was distracted, Naruto ended up getting a few rapid cuts on his person, on his face and his chest. Due to his bone density, they were pretty shallow, but this meant that Kimimaro was slowly losing ground in the fight. "This is just as dangerous as one of my dances." The kunai Naruto tossed fell back to the earth, spinning dangerously until Naruto's manic attack incorporated it into his assault. His spastic punching and kicking and frantic movements kept the kunai in the air, still spinning and targeting Kimimaro. He now had Naruto using kunai in his hands and on one foot, and had another as a wild card that he always had to look out for in the air. Naruto made an up slash at Kimimaro, forcing him to bridge back deeply. Naruto got a grin on his face as he took advantage once more and jumped into the air, rotating the kunai in his foot and catching the other that was in the air in his toes in his other foot, both pointing down in a stabbing motion. Naruto stabbed one foot into his chest, then the other. Soon Naruto was literally stomping a mudhole in Kimimaro's chest. Eventually, believing he had done enough with that attack, Naruto jumped off of his chest and reholstered the bloody kunai in his hand and between his feet, looking over at Kimimaro, who was still standing, albeit bridged backwards but standing regardless. Kimimaro leaned back up to reveal that Naruto had carved up his chest ruthlessly, with the majority of the puncture wounds and gashes going straight through to his ribs. "That was a very deadly attack you used. I dare say if it was anyone but myself that you used it on, this fight would be over, but my Kekkei Genkei allows me to harden my bones, as you can tell, among other things, and you didn't slip any attacks under my ribs." Kimimaro let the black marks from his cursed seal on his collarbone spread all along his body. "However, I'm just getting started. Konoha trash, I haven't even begun to reveal my true power." Naruto chuckled lightly as he let a red aura envelop him. "You know, Bone Guy, I honestly have wanted to fight you all and possibly kill you. Ever since I got my memory back, you in particular, ever since I realized that you and those other teams were the main catalyst to how my life and skills went straight down the toilet almost forever. If you had never injured me so heavily upon my retreat from Otto, who knows how I'd be living right now. But that is not the point right now. Naruto allowed a shroud to envelop his body, forming a fox outline as his features became more feral. You, whether you know it or not, are a loose end to my past life that needs to be tied up, and I can think of no better way than to fight you and kill you myself. Naruto crouched down in a low mantis stance, showing his claws on his extended two fingers prominently. Come on, albino boy, show me what you've got and don't underestimate me. It might be the death of you, he finished with a feral grin, baring his fangs in the woods miles away from the river. He had fallen into Kiba, was sitting under a tree trying to take cover from his pursuing opponents as he cradled Akamaru's injured and unconscious body. He growled to himself, if only I'd been stronger. Akamaru would have never gotten hurt if I had been. I can't beat anyone I face, not any real shinobi. Anyway, I lost to Naruto twice, and now this guy. What am I doing with myself? He grabbed the wound on his stomach where he stabbed himself to injure one of his enemies when they attempted a parasitic jutsu to kill him. He couldn't run any further. He knew he wouldn't have gotten much distance anyway. So you finally stopped running. Kiba saw that the connected brothers Sakin and Yukon coming closer to him. You were pretty bothersome to try to take down. Kiba chuckled humorlessly. Well, it was a good time while it lasted. The two sound ninja stalked Kiba down to finish the job when a familiar puppet came rushing onto the scene, chattering and scattering the two brothers to separate from one another and dodge. Man, is Naruto the only Konoha ninja that doesn't need backup or something? He bailed you out, and now I'm getting the dog kid out of his situation. I take offense to that. Naruto may have assisted me in my battle, but I was far from defeated. The two voices appeared from the trees to reveal Neji and Kankuro, who was using his puppet Karasu. Thanks for the directions, Hyuga. I might have been a little later otherwise. Sakin voiced their opinion. Who the fuck is this with you two Konoha trash? Kankuro and Neji looked at one another, and Neji gestured for Kankuro to speak. I am Sabaku no Kankuro, a shinobi of Sanagakure, ally to Konoha and here to kill you both. Their attention fell on the wounded Kiba as they heard him hiss in pain due to his injured abdomen. Go and help out that kid, I'll beat these two myself. Neji nodded and went to check on Kiba while Kankuro Kiba grimaced as Neji helped him get in a decent sitting position to examine him with Byakugan. You two sure made it right in the nick of time. So did you beat that spider guy back there? Neji kept scanning the extent of Kiba's wounds. Naruto arrived and ended our fight before it could escalate any further. It's a good thing too, because I wasn't sure how I would have beaten him. He was incredibly difficult to attack. We caught up to the team afterwards, but when we got there, you and Lee were gone. Kiba chuckled as he watched Kankuro single-handedly beating back the two Otto twins. Well, it could be worse, I suppose. Nobody is dead yet and I'll be fine. He looked up at Neji hopefully. Right, Neji smirked. Yes, nothing too vital was hit within your wound. It's just enough to inflict decent internal trauma. Ah. Kiba looked over to see a second puppet full of blades that used to be part of Karasu. Kiba turned green as he could surmise what had happened, and poor Neji didn't even turn around as he pretty much saw the entire thing happen in its entirety, because he had been looking inside of Kiba. Near 360 degrees of vision and X-ray capabilities, yay. Kiba voiced the opinion of both boys. Okay, a nice finish I guess. Kankuro watched the blood oozing out of the bottom of his puppet Kuroari black ant and turned back to them with a smirk. Thanks, this puppet combination is one of my favorites. He walked over to Kiba and looked him over. So how is he? Neji deactivated his Byakugan to get the picture of the brothers being impaled in, stuffed inside of a puppet out of his orbital sockets. Kiba will be fine for now, but we need to get him back to Konoha for treatment. Him and Akamaru carrying him might pose a problem and cause heavier blood loss. However, Kankuro grinned at them. No problem. He went over to Kuroari and knocked on it once to open it. As the two corpses rolled out onto the ground, Kiba held back a dry heave and Neji's eye twitched. Kankuro looked inside his puppet. Yeah, this should be just fine. We can put him in this and carry him that way. He won't be at risk at all. Kiba got a tick mark on his head. Like hell I'm getting in that thing. You just killed two people in it. There's still pieces of them inside, and I think they released their bowels when you killed them too, because I smell shit. Kankuro sighed and moved his puppets along like a kid that was told to get up and go do his chores. Fine, fine. I'll go wash it out in the river. All right. Kiba growled. Fuck that shit. You better have some disinfectant on you. Goddamn it. XXX. As two figures flew through the woods back towards Konoha, the only sound coming from them was actually coming from the thing that one of them was carrying. Yuya had woken up on Choji's shoulder about an hour after Naruto knocked her out and wouldn't shut the hell up from calling them pube-less rapists to needle-dick transsexuals. She just kept bitching them out. Eventually Shikamaru ripped her hat off of her head and stuffed it into her mouth as a makeshift gag to get some peace and quiet, and now he and Choji were basking in the relative silence of their momentary victory. I say relative silence because she was still mumbling nasty curses through the gag. Shikamaru was currently thinking, this mission went straight to hell faster than I could have ever assumed it could have. My formation was useless when we were discovered and we had to break off into one-on-one fights. If Naruto hadn't shown up, we could have been in some serious trouble. Those guys were way stronger than us. The thought came to a close as they heard leaves rustling nearby. Choji set Yuya down and prepared to fight, as did Shikamaru when Temari landed on an adjacent branch. Phew, I finally caught up with you guys. I see you had a little scrape of trouble. Seeing Yuya all tied up and cursing, she smirked. Looks like you didn't need backup after all. Choji sweated and chuckled. Oh, yes, we did. Trust me, we did. Shikamaru nodded. It's true, we didn't beat her. Naruto did. Naruto beat two others, captured this girl here, and then went off further to keep up the chase. Choji said the first guy almost killed him one-on-one. Temari blinked in surprise. Naruto's out here too. He must have been rushed out even faster than we were. So you're saying the headless mohawk guy that we saw on the way here and the dead spider guy with a kunai in the back of his head were examples of Naruto saving your asses? Choji and Shikamaru nodded. Choji raised his hand. I was there when he started fighting the mohawk guy. If the fight stayed the way it started off, then yes, Naruto definitely killed that guy. After picking up Yuya, they set back out for Konoha. Shikamaru spoke up. So you guys were sent to back us up? Temari nodded. Right after Naruto left Suna, we got a messenger hawk from Konoha asking for assistance for an emergency, so we left immediately. With the speed we were moving, I thought we would have passed him on the way, but he must not have been joking about how he said he could run straight from Suna to Konoha non-stop. Shikamaru chuckled. You'd better believe it if he told you Naruto beat 3 of these guys with little to no trouble. Where are your teammates? Temari pointed her thumb over her shoulder. We split up in the 3 different directions that we sensed your group in. They probably found the rest of your group by now. Shikamaru sighed in relief. That's good. This troublesome mission finally has a silver lining around a gray cloud. Let's get back to Konoha and wait for the others. XXX. Naruto and Kimimaro stood facing off Kimimaro using his cursed seal level 1 form, Naruto activating the Kyuubi's shroud. The two stood still while the wind blew across the field. Kimimaro pulled the bones out of both of his arms to dual-wield swords. "Let us begin." A short quirk of Naruto's lips was all the indication to start. That either needed as they moved as blurs across the battlefield. Naruto was dodging Kimimaro's double-handed strikes and attempting to counter with his claws. Naruto ducked a dual slash at his head but ended up getting kicked back by Kimimaro. Naruto ducked down low and rushed at Kimimaro's legs, shooting for his knees with a takedown attempts, sweeps and swiping at his legs and lower torso with his claws while simultaneously avoiding low stabbing attempts from Kimimaro. Kimimaro was the best all-around close-range fighter in pretty much all of Otogakure, and a good fighter can tell things about their opponent's style from watching them attack. Kimimaro saw that what Naruto gave up in poise and precise movements due to his influx of power he gained in terms of his bloodlust and ways to cause injury to his enemies. If Kimimaro didn't up his own power himself, then the attack would have began to overwhelm him. After dodging a slash at his face, Kimimaro cut into Naruto's hip on both sides with a cross slash and cut into his chest with rapid slashes that sent the demonically charged blonde backwards. Naruto picked himself up by his sword that he landed by and looked back out at Kimimaro while holding the handle, where there was momentarily blind rage in Naruto's eyes. Cognizant thought made a return. Wow. I almost started losing it there for a second. I need to train more using this chakra, or else I might not be so lucky next time. I forgot about what too much of this stuff would do to me. One tail is overbearing. Naruto pulled the sword from the ground and smirked at Kimimaro before the two vanished and began clashing once again. The sound of bone clashing with steel echoed around the area as they crossed blades with one another again. Naruto's attacks once again became a fluid match for Kimimaro's sleek movements as the two dealt an equal amount of grazing wounds to one another as they met in a stalemate in Kenjutsu. When they broke off again, Naruto threw his sword like a javelin at Kimimaro, and at the relatively close range that the two were at, it thudded directly into his breastbone, however, and barely sunk in at all despite the force used. Naruto scoffed as Kimimaro pulled the sword out and threw it aside. Those are some seriously tough bones. That would have run anyone else clean through. Naruto backed away and rushed in again, this time forming a cage bunshin as a feint to engage with his hands while the original leapt over Kimimaro to end up behind him. Naruto quickly molded wind chakra around his fists and held his fists together before shooting them out to utilize Futen Fujin Seiken wind release divine fist of the wind god. Kimimaro looked back when he felt the influx of chakra, but this allowed the clone of Naruto to kick him off of their physical clash hard, sending him into the crushing force of the wind jutsu. As the attack hit Kimimaro and began pushing him forward at the clone, he was kicked by the clone in question, formed the exact same jutsu and shot it off at the incoming Kimimaro. The two attacks smashed into one another with Kimimaro in between them for the time that the jutsu held up. Naruto could see that Kimimaro's entire frame visibly compressed under the crushing pressure of the powerful attack. Kimimaro landed on his feet, panting heavily from the intensity of Naruto's jutsu. Naruto audibly sucked his teeth as he and his clone fired off the attacks once more, smashing Kimimaro between them with even more force. This time Naruto hit him so hard with the attack that he clearly heard the sound of bones cracking on Kimimaro's figure. Naruto's eyes slightly twitched. Tough bones or not, you should be human paste. After that I put a ton of chakra into that one. Nothing short of some kind of metal can stand up to that kind of pressure, despite not being killed by Naruto's Double food and Fusion Seiken, it still did damage. The pressure did end up having an effect on Kimimaro. Naruto saw the whites of Kimimaro's eyes turning blood red, meaning that the intense pressure popped. Blood vessels up their blood ran from Kimimaro's ears and nose, even from underneath his finger and toenails. Kimimaro didn't seem to be in any pain, but it was obvious that such internal damage had left him in agony. Do you see? Kimimaro dropped the swords in his hands as he began to transform. Again, Orochimaru-sama and his ambition. That is why I fight for his goals and dream. I am his weapon. And I will allow myself to be broken if it will prevent someone like you from stopping him. Kimimaro's skin turned brown and 6 large bone spikes protruded from the sides of his back. In addition to that, a spiky tail emerged from his back, and upon seeing that, Naruto just could not help himself. He pointed at Kimimaro with a dull expression on his face. Is that a motherfucking tail? Seriously, you grew a tail? Kimimaro stood back up and looked at Naruto with a superior gaze. This is Orochimaru-sama's gift to me, and with it I will repay him for all he has done by vanquishing the ones that stand in the way of him and his grand plans. Kimimaro pulled out his spinal column to form a flexible spiky chain staff. This is the Tesenka no Mai Suru dance of the clematis vine. You are quite skilled to push me this far, but you will not win. Orochimaru-sama has plans for Sasuke Uchiha. It is most unfortunate for you that you will not live to see them come to fruition. Naruto drew his sword once again. Well, in order to make that happen, you're going to have to come over here and fight me, unless you think you can kill me by talking me to death. Kimimaro snapped his new weapon in a test of sorts. For the future of Otogakure and Orochimaru-sama, you will die today. Naruto set his sword in a ready stance and gazed out at Kimimaro coldly. For someone that seems to have a fetish for saying that they're going to kill me, you sure do a lot of talking. Kimimaro began whipping his chain staff at Naruto, who found that Kimimaro was far faster in this form than before. It looks like this transformation of his isn't just for show. Naruto took a lash on his shoulder. That ripped into his flesh deeply. Kimimaro then hit Naruto with the whip and had it wrap around Naruto's right arm and pull him forward to sink a kick deep into his ribs that freed him from the weapon at the cost of flesh and blood being shredded from his arm. Naruto held the injured limb and watched his blood drip off of his body and onto the ground before he heard hissing, signifying that he was healing somewhat. Naruto growled as he stood back up, keeping his eyes locked on Kimimaro. He decided to go on the attack this time, but every time he took a swing at Kimimaro, he ended up getting a lash on his hands. Eventually Naruto roared as he went for a heavy overhead swing, but a strike from Kimimaro's whip sent it out into the distance, far from the point of any kind of retrieval. Kimimaro backed off and began whipping Naruto, cutting into his body and drawing blood with every shot. He struck Naruto across his chest, his back, his arms, wherever he could hit Naruto cleanly. He did hit Naruto. After an endless barrage of strikes from the whip of his enemy, Naruto dropped to the ground, shaking in pain as blood fell from his body to the grass below, staining the green blades red. His shirt was in tatters and was utterly unwearable any longer. Kimimaro wrapped his chain staff around Naruto's arm and jerked him forward, dragging him across the ground on his left side. Naruto eventually regained his footing, and Kimimaro's eyes widened as he saw what had been hidden in Naruto's left hand, but he had given Naruto too much momentum, and by now Naruto had a full running start heading his way, thrusting out his left hand that had a threatening blue sphere spinning in the palm. Naruto shouted out the name of his attack at the top of his lungs as he slammed it into Kimimaro's body. Rasengan spiraling sphere, die you son of a bitch, as the jutsu drilled into Kimimaro's body flesh visibly flew from the point of contact. The force from the attack sent Kimimaro flying away at a high velocity, pulling the whip with him as it pulled itself from Naruto's arm. Taking yet another bite out of Naruto's already heavily wounded body, Naruto fell to the ground, clutching his bloody arm before he started crawling towards the direction that Kimimaro flew in, trying to confirm his kill. What an incredibly destructive ninjutsu! If I had not grown a layer of bone underneath my skin, that most certainly would have ended our battle. Naruto saw Kimimaro standing and walking over to him from the far distance that he had been sent, where Naruto hit him in the body. There was the area where Naruto ripped through his skin a spherical circle of brown, and within there was a visible film of white with a spiral groove carved deeply into it with blood slightly seeping through the cracks that the mark formed the bone he had been talking about. Naruto punched the ground hard with his injured arm and stood up again. Just fucking die already, goddammit. I should have killed you 4 times already and you're fucking standing like a goddamn zombie. I hit you dead on. I heard it, I felt it, I heard and felt the fucking Rasengan grinding into you. That was a kill shot. You should be split in half. Fuck a Kekkei Genkai. That shit isn't right. Naruto was using as much of the Kyuubi's chakra as he safely could, and Kimimaro was outclassing him. It wasn't that Naruto didn't have what it took to go up against him in his second level form, it was the fact that Kimimaro seemingly had 9 lives or something, because the Shikatsumayaku dead bone pulse kept Kimimaro from taking the brunt of Naruto's attack damage. He couldn't cut through his bones, he couldn't slip a weapon through the ribs for a stab at his organs. Hell, he couldn't even crush him with enough pressure to bend iron, because Kimimaro could just manipulate his skeletal frame to protect his vital points. Naruto sighed and picked up a taijutsu stance once again to attack. How the fuck can I kill him? He just keeps coming. I know I'm hurting him. I have to be. Every attack I'm landing would leave anyone else in critical condition, if not kill them outright. Naruto didn't have time to ponder too much as Kimimaro brought his whip back out and began attacking again. Naruto did his best to avoid getting anywhere near the bony barbs of the weapon, but Kimimaro kept picking up the pace of his attacks and hit Naruto in his legs, sending him to his knees. Kimimaro slung the weapon out once more to wrap it around Naruto's body. It was stopped by a burst of sand that squeezed between the whip and protected Naruto from further harm. Even more sand then appeared and came at Kimimaro, who jumped back and put distance between himself and Naruto. A smile broke out onto Naruto's face as he felt the familiar presence of his desert friend. Hey Gaara, what's up? Gaara slowly walked up to Naruto, who was still on his knees, and stared out at Kimimaro. Nothing. Gaara was suddenly surprised by a bloody Naruto wrapping Gaara in a hug. I'm glad to see you. I thought I wouldn't get a chance to go after Sasuke. What are you doing here anyway? He shrugged Naruto off of him after a moment. My siblings and I were requested by your Hokage to assist a retrieval team for Sasuke Uchiha. Are you having trouble with this one, Uzumaki? Naruto was relishing this moment of reprieve from combat due to his injuries, and talking with Gaara was allowing him time to heal and regain some energy. Great, now someone can go back up Rock Lee. I sent him to chase after Sasuke before he could get away. I need you to go help him out. Surprise was not evident on Gaara's face, except for the raised eyebrow. Are you not having trouble with your opponent, pulling off the remains of his tattered red shirt? Naruto chuckled lowly. Yes, but this is a duel, Gaara. I don't get all out of shape about this kind of thing often in a fight, but I need to beat this guy myself to get some peace with myself. Just go and help Lee. I'll be fine. Gaara looked at Naruto for a moment as the smile left Naruto's face and his stare turned chilly. I wasn't really asking you, Gaara, either. You go after Lee and let me finish this, or I'll kick your ass off into the woods until you can't even see the field anymore, and you know damn well I'm capable of that." Gaara stared back until he stepped back and ran off towards the border. "I will go Uzumaki, but you had better not lose." Naruto waved over his shoulder as Gaara left the area. Kimimaro strode forward, swishing his tail. "That was honorable of you to elect to continue our battle one-on-one in order to keep your comrade alive and safe from my wrath. I will make your death as honorable as I can for trash such as you." Naruto grinned at Kimimaro evilly. "I didn't make him leave because I thought he would die fighting you. Hell, I won't die fighting you because you can't kill me. I made Gaara leave because while I am fully capable of killing you here, it's going to cause me to go a little overboard, and I don't need too many witnesses for this. I catch enough crap without people knowing I can do this." The Kyuubi stopped focusing on Naruto's fight when he realized what Naruto was going to do. "Kit, no wait, your body isn't sturdy enough to handle the stress that it will cause you. You don't even have enough of your own energy and chakra to attempt it." Naruto didn't answer, instead choosing to undo the bag on his waist and empty its contents into his hand. Grin still in place in the palm of his blood-stained hand were 3 soldier pills. Naruto looked at Kimimaro defiantly and popped all 3 at once. After a second, Naruto began to twitch as the veins on his head began to pulsate. Kimimaro was curious as to what Naruto was doing at this moment. All of those pills would require an immediate outlet for his chakra, or else he would die within less than 5 minutes. Naruto expelled as much of his chakra as he could, enveloping his body in an aura of blue. He then channeled as much of the Kyuubi's chakra as his body could handle, generating at one moment the red glow from his body raised up high into the sky. As suddenly as it was all expelled, it was all sucked right back into Naruto's body. It didn't dissipate, it didn't fade away as if he had just stopped using it. No, he sucked it back into his body. You could literally see the chakra entering through his pores, turning his skin the color of an angry red, as if his entire body was irritated greatly. Naruto fell to his knees as he began scratching at his skin and screaming in pain as a vulpine snout began extending from his face while he gritted his teeth, now becoming fangs. Naruto's ears retracted into his head and reappeared on top as his hair turned red. His pores, which were still wide from absorbing so much chakra, began to quickly sprout red hair from them, covering his body in fur. Naruto's muscle mass increased to an added 1/2 of what it already was, pumping him up considerably. His claws extended even more than they already were. Naruto's spine pushed downward out of his pants and skin and split into 2 before muscle and skin grew over both segments, followed by more fur to make bushy white-tipped foxtails. In the end, he looked like a werewolf, only as a fox instead of a wolf. Naruto was kneeled over on the ground, panting heavily. Following the violent transformation, he slowly rose to his feet, looking at Kimimaro with pupil-less glowing red eyes with one black slit in the middle. Naruto chuckled painfully in a warped voice. "Wow. I didn't think it would hurt that much. I guess Kyuubi was right, my body can't take this transformation yet. I'm glad I didn't try the real one, just the bastardized version." Kimimaro tried to make heads or tails of what he had just seen. It looked like a level 2 cursed seal transformation, only it looked natural. The transformations of the cursed seal were entirely generated by the dark, tainted, impure enzymes that the seal always had pumping throughout the user's body, going with the feelings and suggestions that the enzymes would invariably provide you with, made you mentally weak. But it was like a drug. Fighting what the seal gave you, however, could hurt you, as Anko Mitarashi could definitely attest to, but still it was all an artificial amplifier. What Kimimaro had just seen Naruto do had not felt dark or unnatural at all. It felt like it was supposed to happen. The only time throughout the entire sequence of events that he felt hate and bloodlust and darkness was when Naruto flared the oppressive red chakra that he then absorbed. From that point it was like watching a natural metamorphosis. He was absolutely amazed. What are you? Naruto scratched his head sheepishly. I'm whatever you want to call me, it doesn't matter because you're going to die here all the same anyway, so for the next few moments you can call me what you'd like. His fox-like grin that was on his human visage chilled Kimimaro as it showed on his true fox-like features. But for the sake of me separating myself from you cursed seal assholes, I guess you can call this the kitsune. Trigger. Naruto flexed his claws and tested his tails out, smiling as he easily manipulated them. Alright, enough chit-chat, you've seen one of my trump cards and now you must die. Naruto vanished. There was no blur, there was no streak of red, there was only an afterimage that simply faded out of existence. He left no trace of his former presence there, no broken grass, no sound of footsteps. Nothing. Kimimaro's eyes were darting all about as he whipped his body all around. There was no way that there was someone that was that fast enough to reveal nothing. Well, he kept that theory right until he ended up taking slashes across his body that cut through the skin and muscle straight to his bones. He recoiled from his deep cuts and ended up getting cracked directly in the face, and Kimimaro couldn't even tell you what had just hit him: a fist, a shin, a knee, an elbow. What the impact of the attack sent Kimimaro rolling back like a rag doll. He stood and spun around rapidly with his arms out. As he gained speed, he let off an endless amount of bullets from his fingers all around him. The field was littered with misfired bones that he was letting off like shells from a mounted machine gun. Kimimaro was stopped when his legs were taken out from under him, sending him head over heels to the ground. He jumped back up to his feet. What the hell are you? Your executioner. Kimimaro didn't have time to turn and face the voice in his ear before his arms were grabbed from behind and jerked out of the socket as Naruto had just jumped over him from behind while holding his arms and landing in front of Naruto, leaned far forward using Kimimaro's weight to keep him grounded, and started smashing savage single-leg mule kicks into Kimimaro's torso as if he were trying to rip his arms off of his body. Naruto then jumped off of the ground and planted a vicious twin-legged double mule kick to Kimimaro's face, letting go of his arms at the same time, sending him flying off backwards. Naruto looked at Kimimaro, whose arms were backwards at his sides. Fix that, you bitch. Kimimaro simply rotated his arms with a sick crackling noise until they were back in place. Naruto sweat dropped. I didn't really mean do it. Naruto then vanished again and hit Kimimaro again and again. He couldn't see Naruto's attacks, but they couldn't kill him. It was the ultimate conundrum of combat. Kimimaro couldn't hit Naruto to save his life at this point, but on the flip side, Naruto couldn't end the fight himself. Naruto was too fast to be caught by anything Kimimaro could do and was utterly battering him, in addition to him having an almost inexhaustible battery at his disposal. But he couldn't fucking kill Kimimaro. It always came back to that: he would not die. It was the embodiment of the unstoppable force meeting the immovable object, and the fight just would not end. Naruto was getting sick and tired of Kimimaro getting up from everything he did and just walking forward to try again. After knocking Kimimaro down again, Naruto began jumping on Kimimaro's back like a trampoline, savagely flattening him deeply into his own body-shaped crater that was getting deeper and deeper. Why won't you just fucking die? Naruto jumped high into the air and landed as hard as he could with his knees into Kimimaro's spine. He scoffed to himself as he knew he would just get right back up. Naruto crouched down on Kimimaro's back as low as he could muster and jumped with all of his might into the air, intent on eradicating the last of the Shikatsumaku bloodline. Kit What Kyuubi, can't you see I'm getting my kill on here? Naruto was still rising into the air as he spoke with eyes locked on Kimimaro set to crush him like an ant. Kyuubi roared from inside Naruto's head. Listen you whelp, you directly went against me once already when you used the Kitsune trigger. You will listen to me now. Naruto kept his ascent into the sky as he was now getting stuck in the clouds. Hell, he could see the valley of the end from where he was. Your body is breaking down. You weren't properly conditioned to use this form yet, as you already knew before you did it. You need to end this now. Use the Amari menacing ball. Naruto would have slapped himself if it wouldn't have looked silly for a humanoid fox hanging almost 300 feet in the air to slap himself. Why the fuck didn't I do that from the start? He ain't gonna get up from that. Naruto channeled raw demonic chakra in his hands and formed a sphere before consuming it. Yuck. I forgot this chakra tastes like crap. Naruto yipped loudly as he fired a beam from his mouth instead of a ball that just ended up hiking him even higher into the air as it careened down at Kimimaro, who was stuck inside of his body-sized crater. As it hit Kimimaro, it vaporized the entire landscape around the point of impact in a hellacious explosion that rocked the earth and sent debris and other things high into the air with a horrible sound. XXX Konohagakure, Hokage Tower. Tsunade was sitting in her office with a bottle of sake while massaging her temple. This job is going to kill me one of these days. Boom! The entire tower shook with earthquake-like force as Tsunade fell from her seat onto the ground. Everything on her shelves and on her desk shook and fell to the floor from the force of the tremor. As quickly as it came it passed, and she shot to her feet to look out of the window on the ruckus that it caused throughout the village. People on the ground, windows broken, potted plants littering the sides of the streets. Tsunade listened to all of the panic. What the hell was that? XXX gates of Konohagakure no Sato. Tamari, Shikamaru and Choji hit the ground and covered up the second the tremors hit. Yuya had fear in her eyes as she was still bound and utterly helpless as the bout passed. Tamari voiced the thoughts of all of them. What the hell was that? XXX forests around Konohagakure. Neji rubbed his head as he had fallen out of the tree he was jumping from during the shockwave. Neji looked up to Konkuro, who had latched onto the tree branch he was on like a sloth to avoid falling. Is everyone alright? Konkuro let go of the tree and landed on the ground. What the hell was that? What happened? They both turned around to see Kuroari upturned and heard Kiba beating on it from the inside. Why did I land on my head? Shit, I'm bleeding again. XXX Naruto drifted down to the ground easily with the use of his tails as a propeller. Upon landing he grabbed his tails and rubbed them. Kami, what a workout. My tails are gassed. Naruto then looked around at the destruction from his attack. He was standing in the middle of a crater that was 3 miles wide, right on top of a pile of ashes that he kicked around. I got you this time, you dirty bastard. Naruto gestured to the wreckage that he created. Regrow that motherfucker. A second tremor happened. That was smaller than Naruto's. Not that he was on the ground to feel the first one, but it shook him up. Naruto's eyes widened as he heard the voice of a dead man. Sawarabi no Mai, dance of the seedling fern. A forest of bones jutted from the ground, suddenly catching Naruto off guard. The jutsu filled all of the immediate area with sharp bones that extended high into the air. Yip yip yip, no no. Naruto was slowly hovering down from the air, tails spinning furiously to slow his descent as he again jumped high into the air to dodge the death trap that Kimimaro had set out for him. Naruto eventually latched onto one of the bones that stuck out higher than the others. Damn, this is one hell of a suicide jutsu, but too bad sucker, you missed. Kimimaro then suddenly emerged, half of his body from the bone Naruto was attached to with a bone drill around his arm. His skin was missing and seared off on multiple areas of his body, revealing muscle and parts of his skeleton. Time slowed down. As Kimimaro thrusted his bone drill at Naruto, "Die, I will not lose for the sake of Orochimaru-sama." Kimimaro drilled into Naruto before he burst into smoke as a broken ninjutsu dropped from where Kimimaro had made contact. Naruto was nowhere to be found. Kimimaro's eyes quivered as tears came to the forefront. Blood seeped from his mouth and he slumped over lifelessly. Blood and tears fell into the forest of bones as Kimimaro left the world of the living with one regret he could not finish off. Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto sat on the outskirts of the bone forest panting in relief. "Oh Kami, that was close. I love that sword so much. I need to come back and get it. Kawarimi is amazing." Naruto sighed and let his War Fox features from Kitsune trigger recede. Naruto began to walk away before he collapsed to the ground in pain. "Ga, what happened? Why am I in pain?" His questions were answered by the Kyuubi. "I told you that your body wasn't ready to use the trigger again, and this is the result of your ignorance. Prolonged use of the Kitsune trigger has cracked every single bone in your entire body. That's what you get for using a technique you weren't ready to utilize. That and you pretty much almost overdosed on soldier pills." Naruto laid out on the ground, twitching occasionally from the pain of his entire body. "I'm aware of that now. And I have to say, after considering everything that just happened," a smile came on his face, "it was totally worth it." Uzumaki. Naruto's vision was filled with a red-headed Jinchuriki standing over him. "Did you win?" Naruto gave him a dry look. "Does it look like I lost, or does the graveyard of bones with the motionless body of the Teme I was fighting stuck inside one of them signified that he kicked my ass and killed me?" A mouthful of sand was given to Naruto as a reply, who painfully rolled over and spit it all out. "Gross, you fucking crush people with that shit." Naruto noticed Rock Lee's body held by Gaara's sand. "Is he?" "No." Gaara used his sand to help Naruto stand up to get a better look. Lee had scrapes and bruises on his face. His spandex suit had holes in it around his shoulder that had sealed itself up from the Chidori. He was still breathing clearly though. He is still very alive. The Uchiha defeated him, but not without a massive fight. From the looks of where they did battle, I believe he even used the technique that he used on me during our fight to match power with the Uchiha. Naruto punched his own palm, ignoring the pain for the time being. "Fuck. I'm sorry, Lee. I just couldn't finish my opponent off to help you fast enough." He turned to Gaara. "Come on, let's go back to Konoha. We both need some hospital time." Gaara helped up in the same manner as he assisted Lee and leapt off for Konoha XXX. Kakashi stood still at the Valley of the End. A Konoha Hite 8 was at his feet with Sasuke's scent washed from it by the rainfall. He looked past the statue of Madara Uchiha towards the border of the country. "I failed again." Naruto sat in his hospital room 2 days after returning to Konoha from the failed mission to retrieve Sasuke. Naruto was pleased to know upon their return that Rock Lee would be fine and that the only other member of the retrieval team that needed to be hospitalized other than himself and Lee was Kiba, and he was doing just fine himself. Kiba had a stab wound to his stomach that he had inflicted on himself. Rock Lee had many minuscule injuries to his muscles, chakra exhaustion, and a wounded shoulder from Sasuke's Chidori that mostly healed after he activated the fourth celestial gate in the battle. Naruto had to chuckle when Lee had recovered enough to tell him exactly how Sasuke had missed anything vital with the Chidori flashback. Valley of the End. Sasuke stood across from Lee. The black marks of the cursed seal spread out across his body like fire. He had a cruel smirk on his face as he looked at Lee, who was set in his Guken stance with a determined look on his face. Just come back with us, Sasuke-kun. I do not want to fight you, not like this. Sasuke chuckled darkly. But Lee, I want to fight you ever since you first defeated me during the exams. Didn't you say you wanted to prove yourself against a genius? Well, this is your chance. Very well, Sasuke-kun, if this is what it will take, then I will defeat you if I must to bring you home. Lee launched himself at Sasuke to begin engaging flashback, and Rock Lee, however, was not as healthy and ready for combat as he had led most to believe. He had lost a considerable amount of his speed and mobility from the time he had off due to his injury, and Sasuke, with the use of his curse seal, was too much for Lee to handle in his state. Even after opening the first gate and attempting the Omet Renge front lotus, the toll it took on his already battered body left Lee a mess and a sitting duck for Sasuke's Chidori flashback. Sasuke's hand was charged with electric chakra as the chirping of Chidori signified his next actions. Lee tried to will his body to prepare a counter or just dodge, but he knew Sasuke would track his considerably slower movements and adjust either way he was taking the brunt of the attack. Somewhere vital, Sasuke charged at Lee, intent on ending his life and moving along to Otogakure. This is the end. Lee Chidori 1000 birds. Somehow both boys were able to ignore the streak of red soaring to the earth from the sky. Boom! A loud explosion shook the entire valley, crumbling chunks of the cliff and sending them into the water below the ground where Lee and Sasuke were fighting. Was ripped asunder by the force of the following tremor coming from whatever caused the explosion. Sasuke, who was charging at Lee intent on ending his life, slipped on his suspect footing as the ground began to crack and crumble. The combination of Sasuke's broken concentration and his face forward trip made sure that not only would his aim be off, but the attack would not penetrate too deeply. Lee shouted in pain as Sasuke's electric fist forced itself into his shoulder. But he was still alive and still able to fight, as Sasuke would soon find out. Flashback, and Lee proceeded to activate the necessary gates to utilize the Ura Renge reverse lotus on Sasuke 3, but Lee still lacked the necessary force to aptly send Sasuke towards the ground hard enough for the finish. For when Sasuke activated level 2 of his seal, he used his wings to taper out his fall and skid along the ground until he came to a stop. By the end of Lee's barrage, he could no longer move in. Sasuke simply left him there. Lee blacked out and was found by Gaara, who could not track Sasuke's trail in the downpouring rain that had fallen in the valley, and carried him to where Naruto's battle had taken place before carrying them both back to Konoha, which brings us to Naruto sitting in his bed at the hospital. Naruto's entire skeletal frame had cracked due to the stress that activating the Kitsune trigger placed on his body. Tsunade had to do the analysis version of a double take when she went over his injuries at the hospital. She stated that Naruto had to be in excruciating pain due to the extent of his injuries that he neglected to mention were self-inflicted in a way. After the first day he had attempted to leave feeling well enough to walk without falling down in agony, but was blocked by Shizune, who stated that he was to stay put until released. That was 2 days ago, and now he was beginning to go stir crazy, but a little bit of boredom was nothing compared to what Tsunade claimed he would have to do on this day. Flashback. The previous day. You mind repeating that? I think I had something crazy in my ear. Naruto was giving Tsunade a deadpan look. A sigh came from the ample-bosomed woman as she looked at the bedridden boy apologetically. You heard me, brat. The council wants to hear from you about the mission. They got the information from my Anbu, who investigated the battles. After it was all over, they know of the reports from Shikamaru on the matter. He listed how it was you that took down 3 of the ones that took Sasuke. Naruto looked up at the ceiling blankly. I'm guessing that there's more to this than me just beating a few auto jabronis. Right, kid. Tsunade sat by his bedside. They also got wind of the fact that the epicenter of the little earthquake that hit the surrounding area came from a crater with a forest of bone, a place where your scent is thick. It didn't help that there are faint traces of demonic aura in the area as well. They might try to reason that the Kyuubi could be escaping. Naruto looked at her in a stunned fashion. What do you think they'll want from me? Tsunade shrugged. Who knows? For now all you can do is head over to the council chambers tomorrow and we'll find out then. Naruto scoffed and looked out the window. Well, excuse the hell out of me for being a Jinchuriki trying to use his Biju Kami. Everywhere else expects their own Jinchuriki to do so. This place is ass backwards, Ba-chan, I swear. Tsunade patted his hand and stood to leave. You can check out tomorrow for the meeting and then you can go on home. If you're well enough to get chewed out, then you're well enough to sleep in your own bed. End flashback. XXX Naruto arrived at the doors in front of the council chambers to find the bare-masked Anbu standing out front. Uzumaki-san, the council is inside waiting. Hokage-sama said to wait as long as you need to in order to prepare for their questions. Naruto waved it off. No need. Kuma-san, I do my best when I'm on the spot. I just want to get the gripe fest inside over with so I can go home and watch my shitty closed-circuit TV. A snort came from another corner of the hall as Kuma moved in, allowed Naruto entrance into the council chambers. As he walked inside, he noticed the conversation drop off and most of the focus fell on him. There were almost unanimous glares from the civilian council, and when he turned to bid them a jaunty hello, he almost broke down in laughter as they tried their hand at their pathetic excuse for killing intent. Naruto saw that all of the clan heads were looking at him and he could read their expressions as he made his way to the table. He was to remain at the Akamichi. Yamanaka and Nara clan heads were pretty objective. The Nara and Akamichi clan heads were actually giving him looks of acknowledgement, obviously being told by their sons about his actions during the mission. The Inuzuka matriarch was smirking at him with mirth evident on her face, a smirk that he readily returned. The Hyuga clan head was just looking at him. He couldn't tell what was going on behind those white eyes. Damn, Hyugas have a great poker face. Likewise for the Abarame clan. Naruto saw the council elder advisors and saw Danzo, but let his face betray nothing. As did Danzo. Naruto knew they would never openly get a chance to speak, not for a long time, and if Danzo found that opening, he would find Naruto if he really needed to. There was no need for Naruto to act like a lost puppy right now. Taking his seat at the table, he looked at the elders as if to state, "Can we start yet?" Tsunade then cleared her throat to speak. "Chunin Naruto Uzumaki, you have been brought here at the behest of Konohagakure no Sato's village council for your details on the mission to retrieve Sasuke Uchiha." She turned to the elders. "Those of you that have questions on what happened, you may ask." Naruto turned his attention to the elders themselves, who opened the floor with questioning. Koharu Utatane chose to go first. "Uzumaki-san, if you could, would you give us a verbal description of your experiences during the mission?" Naruto nodded. "I set out from the village during the morning to catch up to the retrieval team in order to provide adequate assistance to them in case they wound up being outclassed by their opposition. After picking up a trail within the first half hour, I proceeded to give pursuit for about 3 hours before catching up to Choji Akamichi, who was engaged in battle against now identified Hirobo of the South. Choji was on the verge of taking the third of the secret Akamichi pills in order to combat his foe when I stepped in and sent him to go catch up with the rest of the team. I then proceeded to swiftly dispatch Hirobo and follow suit in catching up to the team. The old man next to Koharu, Homura Mitokado, nodded. "This Much was revealed by young Choji's report and by the Anbu that found Hirobo's corpse following the mission. You may proceed. Naruto rolled his eyes. Then why did you fucking ask me then? Ignoring that voice in his head, he continued. I then found Neji Hyuga in the middle of fighting Shikamaru of the East. He seemed to be doing fine on his own. It was an even deadlock, but Shikamaru had yet to unlock the second stage of his cursed seal, so I decided to intervene. Neji was able to keep Shikamaru's attention until I was able to launch a stealth attack from a distance that ended his life. Naruto licked his lips in pause before continuing. Both Neji and myself then caught up to Shikamaru. Nara and Choji Akamichi, who had rejoined the main force. Rock Lee and Kiba Inuzuka had been separated from the team, while Shikamaru and Choji were being held up by Tayuya of the North. I sent Neji off to find Kiba, who had fallen from a cliff into the river below, and fought Tayuya along with Shikamaru and Choji. She caught them in a genjutsu, and knowing how much trouble a skilled genjutsu specialist usually has against a close-range specialist, I closed the distance and defeated her. Freeing Choji and Shikamaru, I captured her, and Shikamaru along with Choji returned her to Konoha as a prisoner. Naruto then looked at the elders as if expecting comments. Tsunade motioned for him to go on. Proceed. Uzumaki. Naruto sighed and looked at all of the people. No doubt everyone in the room knew what was next. I ran ahead and then made contact with Rock Lee, who was fighting Kimimaro Kagaya. At the time, I sent Lee off ahead to retrieve Sasuke, while I stayed to keep Kimimaro from assisting Sasuke's escape after a prolonged conflict and timely momentary assistance from Sabaku no Gaara. I was able to outlast Kimimaro and defeat him. However, I was too injured to continue with the mission, and had to be assisted by Gaara, who had also found and retrieved an injured Rock Lee, a civilian council member, stood up. So you let the last Uchiha escape, did you, boy? Naruto narrowed his eyes at the man. You already know he got away, you son of a bitch. You just want to use me as your whipping boy on the matter. Naruto spoke evenly. I did not allow anything he may have gotten beyond the border, but the team and myself did everything we could to prevent that from happening. Another council member stood and pointed at him. But you already defeated the Uchiha in combat. If you had just left the battle with the Kagaya to that Rock Lee person, then you could have personally stopped Sasuke yourself. Naruto bristled at the insinuation. Listen, Kimimaro Kagaya was far beyond any of their levels. He was sick, he was weak, and it still took everything I had to put him down. Nothing that Rock Lee is capable of would have beaten him. No one else on the retrieval squad or the relief team from Suna could have fought and defeated him. He might have even found a way to overwhelm me had he not used the last of his chakra on his final technique. Or does a giant forest of bones not register as potentially hazardous to a team comprised of genin? The civilians sat down, seething at Naruto explanation. When Hiyashi Hyuga's firm voice was heard, the forest of bones was also inside of a massive crater. The crater was the epicenter for the tremors that struck Konoha. What can you tell us about that? Naruto knew there was no need to lie at this point. Yes, I did it. It was necessary to keep up with Kimimaro Kagaya after he activated the next level of his seal. It's a high price to pay to use that much power. However, the force of my technique cracks my entire skeletal frame. Inoichi Yamanaka was curious as to the nature of Naruto's maneuver. Would you mind showing the technique to us? Naruto raised an eyebrow. Yes, I would actually. Not only is it something that really shouldn't be used outside of combat, it's not something that I want people to know about, let alone actually see. You all have your own clan secrets and all of that. Well, consider this something that none of you have any right to coerce out of me. Another arrogant civilian stood. We are the council. Boy, you are a ninja of this village and therefore your secrets are ours to know. Naruto gave him a look as if to say, are you serious? He looked up at Tsunade. I work for you, not some petty merchant with a superiority complex. Keep him out of shinobi business. He turned to the council. The only ones that have even the slightest amount of authority over me are the clan heads, and that's because they're all Junin outside of the field. The only person here that can tell me to do anything is Hokage-sama. Do any of you have the title of Hokage-sama? He got a unanimous shaking of heads. Do any of you have that kick-ass pointy hat? Another round of no's. Well then you can all respectfully stuff it. My techniques are my own. You don't need to know them. You couldn't perform them anyway, so the knowledge would be useless. The civilians broke into an uproar while the clan heads started looking at Naruto with amused respect. The main yells from the civilian council were calling for Naruto's punishment until one of them changed the subject altogether. You should be punished for allowing the Uchiha to escape. He was the last of our most powerful bloodlines, and you send another genin to get him instead of yourself. Naruto looked at the ignorant man coldly. Like I said, Kimimaro Kagaya was far beyond anything Rock Lee could have done to him. Kimimaro would have killed him for sure had I not stepped in, which was my job in the first place. I was sent as backup to get them out of unfavorable situations, and that was as unfavorable a condition as they were going to face on that mission. Naruto stood and began pacing. Kimimaro could have beaten Sasuke without trouble. Sasuke only had Chidori and a few Kaiten ninjutsu as something that could slow Kimimaro down, and that wouldn't have stopped him. What I did to make that crater, Kimimaro survived it and launched one final attack. As far as I'm concerned, none of them could have kept up with him, and besides I was sent to make sure they could carry out their own mission. Parameters my own were different from theirs, and I did what I thought I had to do to achieve both. Rock Lee had not told me that he wasn't in prime condition. I don't know what would have changed if I had known, but that is moot at this point. Get back to the other topic. What did you do to cause the crater? The room once again got loud on the civilian side as cries of, the Kyuubi is escaping, among other asinine remarks were being made. The shinobi side were looking bored, most of them knowing full well that Jinchuriki should be able to utilize the power of their demons, so this wasn't much of an issue. Sume Inuzuka even let out a loud yawn, signifying how bored with the proceedings she was. Naruto made subtle motions to the shinobi council signaling, blah blah blah, and pointing at the civilian side, getting a few smirks on that side. He looked up at Tsunade. Can I be dismissed, Hokage-sama? I've already spoken my piece. Anything from this point forward, and there's nothing I can do or have any part in. Tsunade nodded. You are dismissed, Chunin Uzumaki. Naruto bowed to her and left the room. As the door closed shut, she sighed as another uproar from the civilians broke out. XXX. Naruto sighed in relief as he jumped along the rooftops towards his apartment. Well, that wasn't as unpleasant as it could have been. Hopefully Ba-chan can block any of their powerplay bullcrap against me. Naruto arrived and opened the door to his apartment to find Kankuro raiding his fridge. Naruto's eye twitched as he grabbed Kankuro by the collar and dragged him away from his food. What the hell are you guys still doing here? Kankuro looked at Naruto smugly as the boy let go of him. Don't you remember, Naruto? You told Gaara we could stay here after he got you to the hospital. Naruto looked around his apartment. Does my place look like it can accommodate all of you and me at the same time? Why don't you all go and get a hotel, you rich bastards? Kankuro chuckled. Well, we got the call to leave so quickly that we didn't have any time to go home and grab any money. We were fortunate. Gaara asked you. A tick mark appeared on Naruto's head. Gaara asked me when I was hopped up on so many painkillers. I Couldn't tell that there was a catheter in me. Nothing I could have possibly said in that state of mind could possibly be held as a valid statement. Konkuro shrugged. It's done, man. Temari swiped. Your bed. I'm hitting the couch and Gaara doesn't sleep, so it worked out just fine for everyone. Except for me. Naruto had a perturbed look on his face. Because you probably ate me out of house and home. I ain't made of money here, you know. Temari came from the back with a sad frown on her face. But Naruto, when you stayed in Suna, you stayed with us. We didn't say anything. Am I really that bad that you can't live with me for a few days? The look on her face appeared as though his answer would end up breaking her heart. Naruto was slack-jawed and sputtering, but you guys, my food. He eventually threw his hands in the air in exasperation and went to grab his wallet. Fine, whatever. I'm out of here. Don't eat all of my food. A grumbling Naruto turned to leave the apartment, shutting the door roughly behind him. Konkuro smirked at his sister. That was messed up. Temari playing with the kid like that. You shouldn't mess with his head like that. He might think you like him or something. Temari shrugged and walked back to Naruto's room. Maybe I do. I'm going to take a nap for a few hours. Konkuro sat blinking in place for a moment. Wait, Temari, are you serious? Temari said nothing as she shut the door to Naruto's room. Temari, XXX. Naruto grumbled as he left his apartment. I can't believe this crap. What the hell is going on around here? Can I get a little me time? Naruto decided that since he wasn't going to get any alone time, he might as well get some food in him. Going to the place that he was most accustomed to going for his meals, Naruto ended up taking a seat at Ichiraku Ramen. As he plopped down in his usual seat, Naruto sighed. Can I get some ramen, you guys? I really need some relaxation food right about now. Ayame giggled as she came over with a pen to write his order. Ramen is a strange food to relax with, Naruto-kun, even for you. So what do you want? Naruto pulled out a full wallet with a wide grin. Give me one of everything to start. Let's say I have money to blow today. Ayame nodded and wrote out his order before noticing the look on Naruto's face. What's the matter? You look terrible. Naruto chuckled slightly before looking up at her with a tired grin. I'm tired, Ayame Nichan. Damn tired. I'll be fine. I just need some rest. I haven't just relaxed in forever. I can't remember the last time I just sat back and did nothing. I'd say I've earned it. Tucci came from the back and greeted the young boy. Oh, Naruto, I thought you were in the hospital. When did you get out? Naruto grinned at him. About 4 hours ago. Come on, did you really think that an entirely cracked skeleton could keep me down for long? Who do you think I am? Naruto's eyes shined as they placed a bowl of ramen in front of him. Tucci chuckled at Naruto's expression. Enjoy, kid. He went off to begin washing dishes while Ayame took another customer's order. Naruto began to dig into his meal and ease his mind. He made it until his 7th bowl when a familiar head of pink hair sat beside him. Naruto turned to Sakura with a face full of noodles and slurped them up. While making eye contact, green met blue as Naruto stayed silent and finished his bowl. Upon finishing, Naruto set the bowl aside with a sigh and motioned Sakura to proceed. Go ahead. Her eyes trembled. Naruto, Sasuke-kun, Naruto held up his hand. You should be asking Lee about this more than me. I wasn't here when he left. I wasn't there when he ran after getting out of that barrel, and I wasn't there to fight him. If I had been, then he'd be in traction sitting pretty in our hospital right now. All I was there for was to make sure the others didn't get in too deep. I never saw him at all. Sakura looked as if tears would come to her eyes. Naruto sighed and stood up. Which way do you live? Sakura. She looked up at him, confusion evident on her face. Why do you want to know? Naruto paid for his food and looked over at her. Because in the time it takes us to get you home, I'm going to listen to everything you have to say on this matter. When I get you to your door, I'll tell you something from me that you need to hear. Sakura didn't really understand, but he was offering to listen, so she couldn't really tell him off, so she told him about how she had seen Sasuke attempting to leave, how she confessed to him and what he had said before he knocked her out. Naruto walked in, kept his mouth shut, much to Sakura's surprise, as she had still yet to adjust to the new Naruto. The walk to Sakura's house took 30 minutes at the pace that they were moving throughout the walk. Naruto's face betrayed none of his thoughts. Sakura thought he wasn't listening until at one point, when she stopped, he instructed her to carry on. He reassured her that he was indeed paying full attention and was working out what he would say when they arrived at her home, so she kept going. Sakura's throat was dry and she was slightly out of breath because of the amount of talking that she had done, but she had put it all out there now. She was simply waiting for Naruto to speak, as was their agreement. He stood in front of her for a moment, saying nothing as he finished thinking about his dialogue. Finally believing that he had worked it out enough, he began, "You really love him? Seriously, no bullshit?" She nodded and looked in his eyes without falter. Naruto smiled slightly at her. "That's a pretty big claim for someone as young as us to say, Sakura. Are you sure things can change over time? You know, you might not feel this way tomorrow, next month, hell, 3 years from now. You might not. I am not flighty about things like this, Naruto. I made this commitment a long time ago that I did love Sasuke and I would prove it to him." She looked away. I really would have left with him that night, Naruto." A frown worked its way onto Naruto's face. "That isn't something you should be saying out loud, Sakura, but now what? He's gone to Orochimaru, the ultimate traitor of Konoha, for power. What will you do now?" Sakura clenched her fists at her side. "Then I'll get strong enough to save him. I won't give up. I'll get strong and then I'll bring Sasuke-kun back myself." Naruto looked at her for a long moment. "You know that you actually have to take an active interest in your training, right? What I did to you in our match was terrible, Sakura. You have a lot of work to do. Sasuke might not willingly return even years from now, and if it comes to that and you don't get far stronger, he will tear you apart." Sakura looked down at the ground sadly as Naruto's footsteps signified his leaving her doorstep. "But who am I to cut down someone's goal? It's going to take a lot of training, Sakura. You really need to up your skills, but it's far from something that's impossible to do, and who knows, if you get your chance to go after Sasuke, I might just want to tag along too." Sakura raised her head to see a faint smile on Naruto's face as he walked away. Sakura turned in, entered her home with her resolve for the future set. Naruto took to the rooftops to head towards the Hokage Tower. XXX, Yoba-chan. Tsunade looked to see Naruto hanging around her window with a lazy look on his face. "Can you take the door, brat? I already have Jiraiya jumping on the sill every time he comes by. I don't need you doing it too." Naruto shrugged and hopped inside of the office. "It's easier than the door." A smirk came onto his face. "Unless you like it when I kick it open, because I personally love it, I would have no problems with doing that for you." Tsunade's eye twitched as Naruto flopped on a chair in the office. "So what are you doing here, brat, other than trying to get me to put you through the wall?" Naruto's jovial face fell as he got businesslike. "How do you feel about starting up a program for combat medics?" Tsunade's eyes widened before she went to normal. "I proposed that idea years ago during the last war, but Sarutobi-sensei shot it down. He said there just weren't enough resources to go around then for it." A grin came onto Naruto's face. "Well, why not do it now? You are the Hokage, aren't you? Or is that pointy hat something I can buy somewhere for myself? Set it up, and I have someone you should look up first. She doesn't have much going for her except chakra control." Tsunade laid her face in her palm. "Then why would I want her in the program, brat?" The grin never slipped from his face. "Yes, she's pretty raw, but that's the beauty of it if there is One thing that I know from personal experience, it's that a blank slate is probably the best thing for a ninja to be when they go into any kind of training. Give her some time and teach her right. She'll be just fine. And did I mention the chakra control? Who is it, brat? Tsunade was interested in the program, and if Naruto had an idea of just who could be receptive to the training, why wouldn't she listen to him? Is she one of the genin in your class? Naruto nodded. Yeah, my teammate that didn't end up ditching the village. Sakura Haruno, check her out, see if she's what you're looking for. And if she is, get in touch with her. Tsunade looked at him as he stood to make his way to the window once more. What are you going to go do, brat? Naruto yawned as he turned to face her. I'm tired, I need some sleep and some time off. Give me at least a week and then give me a new assignment. The cracked bones really do suck for someone who runs around all day. A smile came onto Tsunade's face. I put you on medical leave for a bit anyway. After you got back, I'll call you when I think you're ready again. You're getting at least a week off. Get some rest, but stop in later this week. I have something for you to do. Naruto gave her a weak salute and jumped out of her window to exit. XXX Naruto arrived at his home that night as the stress of the last few days finally caught up with him. He gave a grunt of acknowledgement to Kankuro, who was eating one of his cup ramen and watching his TV. The puppeteer almost choked on his food as he saw Naruto heading back to his bedroom and rushed to stop him. As he stood in front of Naruto, he could feel the killing intent radiating off of the haggard blonde. You better have a damn good reason for blocking my way, or my foot will have a damn good reason for sticking itself up your ass. Kankuro pointed back towards his room. I told you. Tamari took your bed. Well, she's in there right now sleeping. If you value your testicles, kid, I wouldn't go in there. Naruto looked at Kankuro, then to the room, then back to Kankuro, who was shaking his head. He shrugged and moved Kankuro aside. I'll take my chances. I'll be damned if I'm sleeping on the floor in my own damn house. Kankuro went wide-eyed as he watched Naruto enter the room and shut the door before running back to the couch, planning to feign ignorance when the fireworks went off. Naruto took a look around his room to find it far less cluttered. Well, she picked my crap up while I was gone, I suppose. Turning his attention to his bed, he found his fellow blonde from Suna sleeping soundly on his bed. How can she sleep so well on my piece of crap mattress? I thought she would have been spoiled by their expensive comfortable beds at home. As he edged closer to the bed, Naruto's thoughts were telling him that it would be a damn shame to potentially disrupt the sleep of this girl. Tamari looked way too peaceful for him to normally awaken. Too bad he was too tired to pay attention to his logical thoughts. Naruto edged her to one side of his bed, which she actually did in her sleep quite easily. She must have been a pretty heavy sleeper. He took off his shirt and slid in next to her, turning away, and quickly fell victim to the comfort of sleep. 3 hours later, a cold feeling was placed against his face, forcing Naruto to open his eyes and deal with the nuisance. As his eyes cracked open, he saw Temari's metal fan placed against his cheek. Figuring that she wouldn't hit him while he was asleep, he quickly shut his eyes and slowed his breathing. Naruto snapped his eyes open when she shook his face with the fan. You're awake, that's good. Did you have a nice nap? He could tell that the fake sweet voice meant that he was screwed, so there was no reason for him to not be a smart ass at this point. What else could she do after this? Not beat him. Naruto sat up, rubbing his eyes and looking at her with a dull face. It was all right, but it wasn't meant to be a nap. It was meant to be a 12 to 24 hour hibernation of sorts. Thanks for that. You woke me up. He checked his clock. 19 hours early. Great. Tamari had a scowl on her face. I woke up looking at your bare back. What the hell are you doing here? Continuing to poke the bear, he raised an eyebrow. I live here. Didn't you know that when you got here? Tamari pushed him back down. On the bed with her fan. I meant what are you doing in the bed you ass? Naruto couldn't prevent the smirk from going on his face before he responded. This is my bedroom, as you can see there's only one bed, mine, and you were kind of in it, so I figured hey roommates. Temari began to unfold her fan with an angry look on her face. Give me one reason why I shouldn't blow you from here to the Hokage Tower. Naruto rolled over on the bed and shut his eyes. I'll give you two, because I just came from there. And because I haven't gotten a non-drug induced sleep in over 3 days now. If you're going to use that thing to beat my ass, go ahead, because I'm too tired to care, just don't fuck up my bedspread. Temari dropped her fan. Where will I sleep then, and how did you get here without me noticing? Naruto cracked an eye. Where were you sleeping before you knew I was here? He then pointed at himself. And ninja, it's kind of in my job description to be able to sneak up on people. Silence reigned over the room as Temari thought of something else to say until shallow breathing led her know. Naruto had fallen back asleep with a sweat drop on her head. Temari left the room shaking her head. XXX. The next day Naruto awoke a strange sound, not so much strange as it was utterly terrifying. Naruto-kun, Yash, you must join us on our youthful morning exercises. Yes, Naruto-kun, you must train with us to keep up your youthful exuberance during your time off. Naruto woke up stirring Temari from her own sleep while the voices outside kept yelling, Naruto, what the hell is that? Naruto growled as he sat up, scratching his hair. Temari-chan, go back to sleep, I'll deal with this myself, this is a local problem. Temari did as instructed while Naruto stomped to his front door, finding Gaara silently watching TV and Kankuro mashing one of Naruto's couch pillows over his head. Naruto, get those idiots to shut the hell up before I slit my wrists to make the voices stop. Naruto looked at Gaara, who didn't seem to be affected at all. Gaara felt Naruto's eyes on him and turned to face him. I have plugged my ears with sand to block out the noise, otherwise I would have killed them by now. Naruto nodded in understanding and headed to the door where Guy and Lee were outside, still shouting about Naruto's flames of youth. Naruto opened the door and inhaled sharply. Shut the hell up. Guy and Lee stopped at the sound of Naruto shouting at them. The boy was radiating killing intent with bags under his eyes. I am on leave, damn it. This is the first decent sleep that I've had in days. I have no problems training with you both, however I will train with you at an hour that is populated by creatures that are not nocturnal. Now beat it, I'll see you later. Yash, Naruto-kun, you are. Naruto turned and blasted them both with murderous intent. Get away from my apartment building or I will get Gaara to kill both of you. He's in here, I swear to Kami, I'm tired and delusional. With one last shout about Naruto's youth, both Lee and Guy decided to go off for a few hundred laps around Konoha to wait for Naruto to wake up. Naruto shut his door with a sigh. Well, at least I know what I'm doing today. Kankuro sighed in relief. So now that you're up, what are you going to do? Naruto rubbed his head on his way back to the room. What else? Finish sleeping with your sister, she's very clingy in her sleep, it's awesome. Walking away with a thumbs up. Naruto ignored the look on Kankuro's face. XXX. Later that day Naruto made his way towards the field that he knew Lee and Guy were using. How did he know where they were? Well, all he had to do was run around town and listen for faint or not so faint smatterings of shouts for youth or for repeated yells of Lee or Guy sensei. It didn't take long. Naruto arrived in an open field to find the olive team Guy amassed together. Oh, for fuck's sake. Just to arrive smack dab in the middle of one of Guy and Lee's genjutsu moments as the waves crashed in the sun-setting background. Naruto walked over to Neji and Tenten, who were stuck staring at the genjutsu. Tenten shook her head while Lee and Guy got there. Bro, hug on, it's like this every day. They seriously can't keep this up every single day. It's a phase. It'll end eventually, right? Neji had his Byakugan on as he tried looking away but couldn't bring himself to do so. I can't see through it. What is this? Oh, Naruto's here. They both turned to find Naruto trying to avert his eyes from Guy and Lee. So what got them started with that crap? Today, Tenten smiled at him. Oh, it was about how they got the youthful Naruto to agree to train with them today. Well, they were shouting down my door at 4 a.m. so I just wanted them to leave. Naruto picked up some rocks on the genjutsu beach and skipped them across the water. That's impressive. The sound of the stones hitting the water snapped Lee and Guy out of their moment. Ah. Naruto-kun, it is good of you to show up. The boy in question shrugged. I didn't have anything else to do today, so why not? He looked around blankly. So why am I here? I can't even spar with anyone. I'm on medical leave. Tenten walked up to him. Medical leave? What's wrong with you? You look fine. Naruto grinned foxily at her. I cracked every single bone in my body on the last mission. It's great. I'm in excruciating pain just from getting here. Neji activated his Byakugan to look at Naruto and nodded in confirmation. Yes, it's true. Naruto has small cracks on the majority of his skeletal frame. Some areas lack damage, but the most used areas of the human body still have some going through them. Like his arms and legs. Naruto cut in. Which is why it hurts like a bitch to walk. I'm not fighting any of you today. Neji let his Byakugan fade out. Why does your face not register the pain that you should be in then? Naruto looked at Neji lazily. Never let him see you sweat. Tenten noticed something strange about Naruto. Naruto, where is your sword? I see your sheath on your back but not the sword. Did you lose it? Her eyes had a dangerous glint in them as she stared him down. Neji backed away while Naruto turned to answer. Yes, but it wasn't my fault. I lost it fighting the strongest of those guys that took Sasuke. He was then forced to dodge as Tenten threw projectile weapons at him. Hey, I'm hurt here. Tenten held up a fist full of shuriken. You lost that sword? All of that crap you were saying about me being a user of many weapons and a master of none, even I know that you should never lose one of your close-range weapons. Naruto grabbed Neji and hid behind him. Hey, I know exactly where it is. It'll just take a few hours to get out there. You can all come with me. Guy-sensei can consider it a field trip or something. He turned to Guy. Do ninja have field trips? Guy's teeth shined as he smiled at Naruto. A most wonderful idea, Naruto-kun. The forest of bone is something that many of the Konoha Junin have heard about, but none have seen. What a youthful idea. I will get permission to take you all out that far, for I would be happy to accompany you with my team to retrieve your blade. XXX. Guy got them out of the village and headed off in the direction of Naruto's battle with Kimimaro. Throughout the trip, Lee, Neji and Naruto told them the stories of their battles during the mission. Lee told Naruto how he wished he could have tested himself against Kimimaro the way he did, and that it would have been better for everyone if Naruto had gone after Sasuke and left him. Naruto almost fell from the trees they were jumping through in laughter after he calmed down. All of Team Guy asked him what was so funny. Naruto replied with, "You'll see." Upon arrival, Tenten tried to push through the last of the brush to reach the clearing. Naruto told them the fight took place in when he grabbed her around the waist. Tenten blushed heavily. What are you doing, Naruto? Naruto smiled at her. Watch your step. Naruto then pushed through the foliage to reveal the massive barren crater that he had caused during the duel with Kimimaro. Naruto helped Tenten slide into the pit while the men all jumped down themselves. Tenten got Naruto to let her go. When they landed, blush still intact on her face. I could have gotten down here myself. Naruto looked at her with a grin. I know, but I'm a chivalrous bastard sometimes. He looked around and shook his head. I thought it was bigger during the fight. Maybe it was just the smoke playing tricks on me. He looked back at Lee. Still think it would have been better to stay behind. They all marveled at the sight of all the wreckage until Naruto pointed ahead at the jagged wall of white. And that's where my sword is. Their jaws dropped as they got closer to the results of Kimimara's Sawarabi no Mai. The sheer scale of the jutsu was impressive until Naruto spoke. Yeah, it surprised the hell out of me when I first saw it. It all sprouted up in like 1 second. I thought I was dead. I had to kawari me with the sword to escape. I'm glad I could see it from the top of the spikes. They all looked up where Kimimara's body was still sticking out of one of the spikes. They looked down at Naruto with respect as he started squeezing through the tightly packed bones to reach the area where he dropped his weapon. After a few minutes, a loud curse rang out, followed shortly by Naruto emerging from the bones with the pieces of his broken sword. Oh man. I have to get it fixed now. Poor sword. You were so great. Naruto put the broken pieces of his sword into his sheath and started to exit the area to return to Konoha. Well, this was one way to spend the day. He jumped out of the crater and began making his way back towards Konoha. Neji watched as he left and spoke to Guy. Guy-sensei, if Naruto was able to do this to the landscape, how strong is he? Guy patted Neji on the shoulder. That's not what you should be asking. Remember why he was in the hospital. After knowing that it happened here and after seeing what the results of such power was capable of, do you really want to find out? Lee spoke up at this point. And if he is anything like myself or Guy-sensei, he will not allow this to be his limit either, and that is what is truly scary. And cut. The next part will be released tomorrow. Bye.